Chapter 2846. It would be a waste to reject a free Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. This was the thought of the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Therefore, as soon as they received the communication celestial talismans from Guanqi Fei and Tan Jingyi, they immediately left the shop. Outside the Tai Yi Celestial Sect shop, the noisy crowd did not disperse. Instead, more and more people gathered. More and more people gathered to watch the show. I'm afraid the Tai Yi Celestial Sect is in a difficult position now. Perhaps, even the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect didn't expect Master Guan and Vice Sect Leader Tan to send a message to the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. The purple-clad young man from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect has gone too far this time. I wonder who he is to be able to make the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect accompany him in his madness. I didn't expect there to be such a show before the Alchemy Conference begins. This trip to Alchemy City in the Barren Land is definitely worth it. At this moment, a group of people was gathered outside the Tai Yi Celestial Sect shop. Guanqi Fei, the prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, and Tan Jingyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect, as well as his two direct disciples. As for the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, they had returned to the inner room of the shop so the people outside could not see what they were doing. Due to the presence of the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, the people outside, including Tan Jingyi, did not dare to use their divine consciousness to probe the shop. In the eyes of the people outside, the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect must be feeling guilty. However, were the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect really feeling guilty? In the inner room of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect shop, Old Ancestor, the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect might not agree to my bet immediately. Duan Lingtian looked at the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and said, "Therefore, I hope you can put on a show with me. When the time comes, you can do this." Following that, Duan Lingtian taught Hishan how to act in front of the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect, so they would not go back on their words and refuse to accept the bet. If that's the case, the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect would definitely take the bait. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Situ Ming smiled brightly. I didn't expect us to have such a good start before the Alchemy Conference even begins. Perhaps we'll be able to obtain a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability for the sect during the Alchemy Conference. Yang Chong smiled as well. Master Duan, it's not difficult for the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect to take the bait. After all, as long as they confirm you're not even 100 years old, they won't believe you're a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills. At this moment, Hishan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a frown on his face, "However, if you refine the overarching heaven pills in public, won't your heating speed be exposed? After all, we'll have to rely on your heating speed to obtain better celestial methods and divine abilities." The old ancestor of the Tai Yi sect voiced his concerns. In the beginning, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect had come for Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that were both offensive and defensive. However, after what had happened earlier, he no longer cared about triple-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. After all, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect had a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability right in front of them. At this moment, his goal was to obtain triple-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. "You don't have to worry about that, old ancestor." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Hishan's concerns. His eyes flashed as he said, "I can control the heating speed of my cauldron. It's not easy to speed it up, but it's easy to slow it down. I'll let it heat the cauldron for as long as I want it to. At that time, I'll maintain the heating speed at 8 hours. After 8 hours, I'll begin the next step." Duan Lingtian said, "That's right. Even we can extend the heating time as long as we want to. With Master Duan's current talent in alchemy, it's easy for him to extend the heating time. You don't have to worry about that, old ancestor." Situ Ming and Yang Chong chimed in as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. That's good. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes shone brightly as he said, "From today onward, the Tai celestial sect will have Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that are both offensive and defensive." Once the Tai celestial sect obtained the supporting Sun celestial sect's celestial method and divine ability from the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, it would take a while for the Tai celestial sect to improve. However, as time passed, the Tai celestial sect's overall strength would soar. At that time, even if the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect joined forces, they might not be able to suppress the Tai celestial sect. As one of the older powerhouses of the Tai celestial sect, he, naturally, hoped to see the Tai celestial sect rise before he left the borderlands. This is all because of Master Duan, Hishan thought to himself. Various emotions flashed through his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He found the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect pleasing to the eye. About 15 minutes later, "Senior Hishan, our sect leader is here." A voice rang from outside the Tai celestial sect's shop. It was none other than Tan Zhengyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect. The sect leader of the supporting Sun celestial sect is here as well. Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun celestial sect, chimed in as soon as Tan Zhengyi finished speaking. "Old ancestor, the master of the Tai celestial sect is here. It's up to you to decide if the two sect leaders will agree to my bet," Duan Lingtian said solemnly as he looked at Hishan. "Don't worry, Master Duan. There won't be any problems on my side. After all, it's up to the Tai celestial sect to obtain two triple-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities," Hishan said. Upon hearing Hishan's words, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he, Situming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing followed Hishan out of the shop. So many people? As soon as he walked out of the shop, he saw that there were several times more people gathered at the entrance than before. Situming couldn't help but click his tongue. "Senior Hishan. Senior Hishan." As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others left the shop, two people took the initiative to greet the old ancestor. They were unfamiliar faces. However, based on Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi, it was obvious they were the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect. The person standing in front of Guan Qifei was a muscular middle-aged man dressed in a fiery red robe. His face was as firm as steel, and he exuded a majestic aura. The person standing in front of Tan Zhengyi was a refined middle-aged man dressed in a white robe. His face was as fair as jade, and he held a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a scholar. Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun celestial sect, and Xiao Teng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect. Duan Lingtian had heard Hishan mention the names of the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect when they were in the shop. He also knew the two sect leaders were 8 trigram celestial dukes. However, in terms of seniority, they were lower than Hishan. Sect leader Lian, sect leader Xiao, long time no see. At the same time, when the old ancestor of the Tai sect responded to the sect masters of the two sects, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Although this helpless expression only lasted for a moment, it was clearly seen by Lian Qingyi and Xiao Teng. "Senior Hishan, I've heard about this matter. This is just a small matter. Why don't we just ask Master Duan to refine the overarching heaven pills and clear the name of the Tai celestial sect? There's no need to make a bet," Lian Chengyi said to Hishan. "That's right." Shouting chimed in, "Senior Hishan, why don't we make a bet? Just ask Master Duan to refine the overarching heaven pills on the spot." Since both sect leaders have said so, then, as soon as Lian Qingyi and Xiao Ting finished speaking, the old ancestor heaved a sigh of relief and quickly opened his mouth to agree. At this moment, Senior Hishan, Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist from the supporting Sun celestial sect, stepped forward and looked at Hishan solemnly. "Earlier, Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect proposed the bet, and you said you'd support him. Now, in the blink of an eye, you want to go back on your word? This doesn't seem appropriate, right?" When he reached the end of his sentence, Guan Qifei smiled coldly as though he was a villain intoxicated by success. Who do you think you are? The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect glared at Guan Qifei and said angrily, I'm talking to the two sect leaders. It's none of your business. Hishan's expression changed slightly as he rebuked the old ancestor. The old ancestor's acting is impeccable. Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, sighed inwardly when he saw the changes in Hishan's expression. Senior Hishan. At this moment, Tan Zhengyi, the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, chimed in. Just as Master Guan has said, Master Duan was the one who proposed the bet. I think Master Duan has to say it himself if he wants to go back on his word, right? After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Everyone shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian immediately. Vice-sect leader Tan. Duan Lingtian met Tan Zhengyi's gaze fearlessly and said in a clear voice, I agree with sect leader Lian and sect leader Xiao. Talking about the bet would hurt the peace between the Tai celestial sect and your two sections. Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei were not the only ones who thought Duan Lingtian was shameless. Even the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, Situ Ming, and the others were dumbfounded. What was Duan Lingtian up to? Was he not afraid the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect would give up on the bet? NT. Chapter 2847. In the eyes of Tai old ancestor, although Duan Lingtian had said those words earlier, his purpose was to mislead the people from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect into thinking that he was guilty. After all, as long as Duan Lingtian was unwilling to refine the overarching heaven pill in front of everyone, it did not matter what he said. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian agreeing with the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, he was stunned. What is alchemist Duan doing? Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing were also dumbfounded. Most of them, including the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, thought Duan Lingtian was shameless. Before they came, they had heard of the existence of Duan Lingtian. Now, their divine senses had confirmed the fact that Duan Lingtian was less than 100 years old. For this reason, they did not think Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. However, Duan Lingtian's reaction made them realize that the people from the Tai celestial sect were lacking in confidence. In fact, they regretted their earlier probing. The words that the two sect leaders had spoken to the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect were, in fact, meant to test the Tai celestial sect's celestial methods and divine abilities. They had no choice but to be cautious when it came to the most precious immortal arts and divine abilities of their respective sections. Alchemist Guan Zhengye, Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun celestial sect, and Xiao Tong, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, were anxious. They quickly sent voice transmissions to Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi to think of a way to convince the Tai celestial sect to continue the bet with them. They did not want to miss out on the 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, even though they were all single celestial methods and divine abilities. It would be a waste to reject such a gift. Just as Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi were feeling a headache due to Duan Lingtian's shamelessness, a voice suddenly sounded. Duan Lingtian said, "Let's bet. However, I still stand by my words." Once the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect summoned the representatives of the major celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions, I'll refine the overarching heaven pills in public to prove myself and the Tai celestial sect. Now, since you don't dare to bet, you can leave now. Duan Lingtian's of the Thousand Leaves Hua. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian was admitting defeat when he said those words. Now it seems like not only did he not admit defeat, his attitude is still so unyielding. Sect, SSSS, sect is. Perhaps he thinks stalling for time will delay the Tai celestial sect's reputation. At this moment, Many people were waiting for Duan Lingtian's response from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Would they really gather the representatives from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions? It should be known that it was not an easy task to gather all the top celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions before the Alchemy Conference began. After all, one of the sects might have left Alchemy City for another place in the Barren Land. The old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Situ Ming, and the others sighed in relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They were worried the cooked duck would fly away. Senior Hishan, the Tai Yi Celestial Sects. Master Duan, right? This pill Master Duan seems to be determined to bet with us. Lien Cheng-yi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hishan. Master Duan. Hishan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, "Why don't we just forget about it?" A hint of helplessness could be heard in Hishan's voice when he sighed. The others could not help but think about it. Did Hishan want Duan Lingtian to admit that the Tai Yi Celestial Sect had violated the Alchemy Conference's rules? Or did Hishan want them to refine the overarching heaven pills in public? Almost everyone felt the former was more likely to happen. Old Ancestor. Duan Lingtian looked at Hishan with a solemn expression on his face. He did not say anything, but his expression changed slightly. It was as though he was communicating with Hishan through voice transmission. In fact, Duan Lingtian was indeed communicating with Hishan through voice transmission. After a while, Hishan's face turned solemn. His eyes, which were originally scattered, suddenly focused on Lien Qingyi and Xiao Teng. Sect leaders, I support Master Duan. You can either bet with us, or you can leave. When the Alchemy Conference begins, Master Duan will prove the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's reputation in front of all the sects in the 6 southeastern regions. At this moment, Tai Yi Old Ancestor's attitude took a complete turn. The change in his attitude was so sudden that it took a long time for everyone to regain their senses. This was because not only was the change sudden, but it was also too drastic. In Lien Qingyi and Xiao Teng's opinion, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect must have changed so drastically because Duan Lingtian had spoken to him through voice transmission. Although they did not know what Duan Lingtian had said to Hishan through voice transmission, it was not difficult for them to guess the gist of it. Duan Lingtian must have asked Hishan to cooperate with him and use the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to scare them off. Since Senior Hishan wants to bet with us, it would seem as though I'm not giving you face if I don't agree. On behalf of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, I'm willing to bet with the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. As for the contents of the bet, we'll follow Master Duan's instructions. Lien Chengyi said in a clear voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. It was as though he was a cat toying with a mouse. The Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect is willing to bet with you as well. Shouting chimed in as soon as Lien Chengyi finished speaking. The Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect was also willing to bet with the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Upon hearing Lien Chengyi and Xiao Teng's words, the crowd's spirits were lifted. Are they finally going to bet? It's finally going to start. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Master Duan from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect is going to reveal his true colors. A brat who's not even 100 years old dares to claim he can refine a top prominent celestial pill like the overarching heaven pill. The crowd was still waiting outside the Tai Yi Celestial Sect shop because they wanted to see the bet between the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Earlier, the 3 sects' hesitation had disappointed them. They had thought the bet would be a failure. However, now that the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect had spoken, the bet was finally about to begin. Brat, did you hear our sect leader and sect leader Zhao's words? The supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect are willing to bet Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities with the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Guan Qifei looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Now, you can refine the overarching heaven pill in front of everyone? I'd like to see how a brat like you, who's not even 100 years old, is going to refine the overarching heaven pill. Although the others did not speak, all of them looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention in the surroundings. At this moment, it was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person left in the world. Since the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect are so eager to gift Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to the Tai-E Celestial Sect, the Tai-E Celestial Sect will gladly accept them. Duan Ling Tian grinned. His smile was extremely brilliant, and he was extremely confident. He had an expression as though victory was already in his grasp. Lien Cheng-yi and Xiao Teng's hearts skipped a beat when they saw Duan Lingtian's confidence. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Could it be that this brat who was not even 100 years old was really capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? Brat, you're still boasting at this juncture? Guan Qifei sneered. Show us if you're a donkey or a horse. Upon hearing Guan Qifei's words, Lien Cheng-yi and Xiao Ting calmed down slightly. Indeed, before Duan Lingtian refined the overarching heaven pill, their sects would not lose. Until now, they still did not think it was possible for someone who was not even 100 years old to be a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian ignored Guan Qifei. He raised his hand, and a gray flame rose from his palm. It was the third form of the Chaos Divine Flame. Swoosh! At the same time, a pill cauldron appeared in Duan Lingtian's other hand. It flew out of his hand and hovered in front of Duan Lingtian. It's a prominent celestial fire. A prominent celestial pill cauldron. Many people exclaimed when they saw Duan Lingtian's Chaos Divine Flame and pill cauldron. He really has a prominent celestial fire? He's not even 100 years old, but he managed to obtain a prominent celestial fire. I spent 10,000 years looking for celestial fires, but I only managed to find a primitive celestial fire. A primitive celestial alchemist who was brought here by Guan Qifei said enviously. Humph. So what if you have a prominent celestial fire? It only means you're lucky. With your skill, you won't be able to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron in less than 10 hours, even if you have a prominent celestial fire. Guan Qifei scoffed coldly. How do you know it'll take me more than 10 hours to heat a cauldron? Duan Lingtian pretended to be surprised as he looked at Guan Qifei. You're not even 100 years old, but you're not even a prominent celestial alchemist. Even with the best prominent celestial fire, you'll still need more than 10 hours to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Chapter 2848. Guan Qifei's words made it seem as though he thought Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were not worth mentioning. Just because my cauldron heating is slow doesn't mean I can't refine the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Guan Qifei's words. Then, he began to heat his cauldron under everyone's watchful eyes. The third form Chaos Divine Flame shot into the cauldron at lightning speed. Whoosh! Flames began to burn in the cauldron. Everything was under Duan Lingtian's control. Meanwhile, the onlookers shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian's cauldron. About 15 minutes later, the onlookers shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian's cauldron. At the same time, many mediocre and primitive celestial alchemists who Guan Qifei had brought with him began to whisper among themselves. The time it takes to heat the cauldron is a direct reflection of one's heating speed. In the 6 southeastern regions, none of the prominent celestial alchemists who can refine the overarching heaven pill took more than 7 hours to heat their cauldron. That's right. The heating speed of a cauldron is not only a test of a celestial alchemist's celestial fire, but also his alchemy skills. It's only natural for a person with a high celestial fire to be able to heat their cauldron faster than 7 hours. If Duan Lingtian's heating speed is faster than 7 hours, it's impossible for him to refine the overarching heaven pill. Did he just say it took him more than 10 hours to heat his cauldron? How can he refine the overarching heaven pill with such a speed? He's delusional. Why are you being so calculative with him? He's not even 100 years old. Do you really think he'll be able to refine prominent celestial pills at such a young age? That's right. I'm afraid he can't even refine ordinary prominent celestial pills, let alone the overarching heaven pill. The mediocre and primitive celestial alchemists were even more convinced that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to refine the overarching heaven pill. Since they were celestial alchemists, their words caused many people to look at Duan Lingtian with disdain and disdain. I really don't know what he's thinking. If he can't refine the overarching heaven pill, he should just say so. Is there a need to waste the time? If he's stalling for time, he's on the overarching heaven pill is... That's right. At that time, the overarching heaven celestial, overarching heaven, and overarching heaven celestial. I wonder what kind of relationship the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect has with him. Moreover, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect even gave him 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities as a reward. Alchemy Yun, S. Duns hearing, S. overhearing, SSSS hisses, to speak, S. S's. SSSSAs, overtions a words. To words. S. To heaven. S. What he had to do now was to refine the overarching heaven pills without exposing his true heating speed and win the bet with the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect. At that time, he would be able to obtain 2 double-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities for the Tai celestial sect. At the same time, he would be able to comprehend the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities first. Hishan, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, and the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, had agreed to this. Meanwhile, Lian Cheng-yi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun celestial sect, and Xiao Teng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, looked at Hishan calmly. Regardless of whether it was his expression or his gaze, they were both extremely calm. He did not look like he would lose the 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities of the Tai celestial sect. Due to Hishan's calmness, Lian Chengyi and Xiao Ting looked at each other. Deep in their eyes, there was deep worry. Sect Master Xiao, do you think there will be any unforeseen circumstances? Lian Chengyi asked through voice transmission. I don't think so. Both of us have probed the purple-clad young man called Duan Lingtian with our divine consciousness. He's indeed not even 100 years old. At his age, even if he's lucky enough to obtain a prominent celestial fire, it's impossible for him to master the celestial alchemy, let alone the overarching heaven pill, the top prominent celestial pill. Xiao Teng replied to Lian Chengyi through voice transmission. At the same time, he tried to console himself. I hope so. I have a feeling that Hishan and the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai celestial sect are so calm that it's incomprehensible. Lian Chengyi said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Teng glanced at Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. Indeed, the 3 of them were calm as well. It was as though they were not worried about Duan Lingtian failing to refine the overarching heaven pills. The ominous feeling in Xiao Teng's heart grew even more intense at that moment. Let's wait for him to finish heating his cauldron first. The celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions have said that the slowest prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the overarching heaven pill in the 6 southeastern regions doesn't take more than 7 hours to heat his cauldron. If he really takes more than 10 hours to heat his cauldron, it's impossible for him to refine the overarching heaven pill. Shouting said, All right. When Lian Chengyi heard this, his agitated emotions gradually calmed down. Outside the Tai celestial sect shop, a group of people watched as Duan Lingtian heated his cauldron. As time passed, no one spoke. All of them were staring at Duan Lingtian and the cauldron in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, outside the crowd, it was not calm at all. From time to time, a commotion would occur. This was because as time passed, the news of what had happened here spread like wildfire throughout the entire bustling city of Alchemy City. In just a blink of an eye, almost everyone knew what had happened outside the Tai celestial sect shop. In fact, after the news had spread throughout the bustling city, as time passed, it even spread to the entire Alchemy City. About 7 to 8 hours later, everyone in Alchemy City learned about what had happened outside the Tai celestial sect shop. Apart from those who were in closed-door cultivation, most people who were awake had heard about what had happened. As one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect from the wasteland had their own residence in Alchemy City. While news of what had happened outside the Tai celestial sect shop spread like wildfire, news of what had happened in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence had also spread to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence. That pretty boy isn't even 100 years old, but he dares to say he can refine the prominent celestial pill The overarching heaven pill? In a spacious and quiet courtyard, the green-clothed girl's face first revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. Then it turned into disdain. Liu Luo, how many times have I told you not to be so rude? Almost as soon as the green-clothed young lady's voice sounded, a beautiful purple-dressed young lady at the side promptly frowned and reprimanded her. Hee. Third senior sister. I forgot to call him by his real name, Duanling Tian. The green-clad girl giggled when she heard the purple-clad girl's reprimand. Overarching heaven pill? He can refine the overarching heaven pill? When the green-clad young lady smiled at the purple-clad young lady, the purple-clad young lady narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself. It's no wonder Master said the Tai celestial sect managed to obtain a large amount of overarching heaven pills through some unknown means. As it turns out, he's the one who refined them. No wonder the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect are so submissive to him and are willing to acknowledge him as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. A look of realization appeared on her face when she reached the end of her sentence. Sister Shuqiu, are you saying that little Bai Duan Lingtian can really refine the overarching heaven pill? Although the last woman's muttering was not loud, it was exceptionally clear in this quiet courtyard. It caused the green-clothed young lady to quiver. She immediately looked at her and asked, "What is it?" The green-clad girl was none other than Liu Luo, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. As for the purple-clad girl who had reprimanded her earlier, she was Murong Bing, her third senior sister. The girl who had spoken was Murong Bing's best friend, Zhou Shuqiu, a disciple of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. When Liu Luo heard Zhou Shuqiu's words, she looked at her as though she had seen a ghost. When Liu Luo asked Zhou Shuqiu, Murong Bing's gaze also fell on Zhou Shuqiu. She had heard from Zhou Shuqiu that Duan Lingtian was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland. However, she did not know Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills. Moreover, she did not know Duan Lingtian was capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. After all, there was only one prominent celestial alchemist in the compassionate celestial traveler sect who was capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. The prominent celestial alchemist's status in the compassionate celestial traveler sect was not inferior to her master's. I'm not 100% certain, but based on all the clues, I'm 80% certain. Zhou Shuqiu's expression was solemn when she heard Liu Luo's question. Previously, when Duan Lingtian became the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect were not dissatisfied. Instead, they were willing to serve Duan Lingtian as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. This matter had become one of the biggest mysteries in the wasteland that no one could solve. After hearing about the incident outside the Tai celestial sect shop, Zhou Shuqiu felt as though she had finally figured out the puzzle in the wasteland. If he's really able to refine the overarching heaven pill, it's not difficult to explain why the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect are so willing to serve him. It's not difficult to explain why the three prominent celestial alchemists' loyalty to the Tai celestial sect increased after he became the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Chapter 2849. The weak respect the strong not only in terms of the celestial Tao, but also in terms of the Tao of alchemy. Moreover, since the Tao of alchemy allows people to exchange their experiences, celestial alchemists who are weaker in the Tao of alchemy would be more respectful to those who are stronger than them. The reason the three prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai celestial sect are more loyal to the sect after Duan Lingtian became the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect is most likely because of Duan Lingtian. After all, as long as Duan Lingtian is in the Tai celestial sect, they would be able to discuss the Tao of alchemy with Duan Lingtian and improve themselves. Moreover, Duan Lingtian is a young man who's not even 100 years old. If he can refine the overarching heaven pill, his future in the Tao of alchemy will be limitless. He's such a monstrous genius in the Tao of alchemy. Any celestial alchemist who doesn't have any enmity with him would want to befriend him. It'll be difficult to befriend him after he grows stronger. Zhou Shuqiu was even more certain that Duan Lingtian was capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, The overarching heaven pill. More than 80% confident? Liu Luo was shocked by Zhou Shuqiu's words. She did not expect Zhou Shuqiu to think so highly of Duan Lingtian. Sister Shuqiu, are you sure you're wrong? Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old. It's impossible for him to refine the overarching heaven pill, right? Liu Luo asked. There are all sorts of strange things in this world. Moreover, I've met Duan Lingtian a few times and had a conversation with him twice. I'm certain he's not the kind of person who would randomly make a bet and shoot himself in the foot. Zhou Shuqiu's eyes flashed as she muttered to herself, I'm afraid the supporting Sun Celestial Sect from the Shadow region and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect from the Light region are in trouble. An offensive-defensive Duke-grade Celestial Method and an offensive-defensive Duke-grade Divine Ability are going to belong to Duan Lingtian and the Tai Celestial Sect. When she reached the end of her sentence, her eyes gleamed brightly as a purple figure appeared in her mind. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Zhou Shuqiu subconsciously glanced at Morongbing. A hint of envy flashed in the depths of her eyes. It was as if they were envious of Morongbing. His accomplishments in the Tao of Alchemy are actually so high? Morongbing, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but feel a little dazed after hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words. She had heard from Zhou Shuqiu that Duan Lingtian possessed a prominent celestial fire and was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect. However, based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, although Duan Lingtian possessed a prominent celestial fire, she had never heard of him being able to refine prominent celestial pills. Therefore, it was unlikely that he was a prominent celestial alchemist. However, based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, it seemed like not only was Duan Lingtian a prominent celestial alchemist, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. After all, a prominent celestial alchemist who could not refine overarching heaven pills and a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills were on completely different levels in the 6 southeastern regions. Even in the profound heaven celestial sect, let alone the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Duan Lingtian was treated as a guest of honor. Even the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect had to treat Duan Lingtian with respect. Most importantly, he's not even 100 years old. Morongbing knew that once Duan Lingtian matured, his future would be limitless. Even if he went to the central area of the southern heaven territory, he would still be able to make a name for himself. For the first time, Morongbing felt a sense of admiration for Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, he's so outstanding. For a woman to admire a man who was not even her senior, it was the beginning of her downfall. Although Morongbing was a genius among the younger generation in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she was still a woman. Most importantly, she was not only a woman, but she was also a woman who had a one-night stand with Duan Lingtian. They were husband and wife. A woman who I, Duan Lingtian, have slept with can only be Duan Lingtian's woman. Morongbing's beautiful face flushed red when she recalled Duan Lingtian's domineering words. Third senior sister, Sister Shuqiu, let's go and join in the fun. I still don't believe Duan Lingtian is capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Liu Luo suggested as she looked at Morongbing and Zhou Shuqiu. I'll listen to your third senior sister, Zhou Shuqiu said. Liu Luo looked at Morongbing eagerly. Third senior sister, you didn't accompany me to the Tai Celestial Sect's residence last time. This time, let's go to the Tai Celestial Sect's shop to join in the fun. Upon hearing Liu Luo's words, Morongbing fell silent for a moment before she shook her head. No. Before Liu Luo could reply, Morongbing added, moreover, you might not be able to squeeze into the shop even if you go now. Naturally, Morongbing knew no one would dare to stop them as long as they revealed their identities. However, it was not her style to do so. Even if she was willing to do so, she could not help but cower when she thought about Duan Lingtian. She did not know how to face him. Liu Luo, your third senior sister is right. Let's wait here for the news. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Liu Luo and comforted her. It'll take at most a day before the results are out. In the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's residence, Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, had also heard about the incident outside the Tai Celestial Sect shop. That purple-clad brat is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect? Bai Yuxian was slightly surprised when he heard about this. He had a deep impression of the purple-clad brat. He was even envious of the purple-clad brat. He wished he could replace the purple-clad brat as the perfect white-clad woman's lover. A brat who's not even 100 years old dares to claim he's capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? I'd like to see how the Tai celestial sect is going to deal with this. Bai Yuxian sneered as though he was waiting to watch a show. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. You'll die during the alchemy conference. Bai Yuxian's eyes flashed coldly when he thought about the old man who led the group of people from the Tai celestial sect. He had gone to great lengths to come up with a perfect plan to kill the old man. If everything went according to plan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect would die during the alchemy conference. As long as that old man dies, the rest of the people from the Tai celestial sect are nothing to worry about. That perfect woman in white will also become my plaything. Bai Yuxian's eyes burned with desire when he thought about the perfect white-clad woman. He wanted to kill the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, not only because the old man had disrespected him, but also because the old man was an obstacle to him obtaining the white-clad woman. As long as he could get rid of this obstacle, it would be a piece of cake for him to obtain the white-clad woman. Outside the Tai celestial sect shop, in just a blink of an eye, it had been 9 hours since Duan Lingtian took out his prominent celestial pill cauldron and began to heat it. It's been 9 hours, and he still hasn't finished heating the cauldron. How can he refine the overarching heaven pill with this speed? What a fool! What a fool! Based on his cauldron heating speed, even if his prominent celestial fire is of good quality, his celestial alchemy skill is not worth mentioning. With such a heating speed, I'm afraid he might not even be able to refine an ordinary prominent celestial pill. It seems like he'll need more than 10 hours to heat the cauldron. How dare he claim he can refine the overarching heaven pill with this level of skill? How dare he bet his Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability with the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect? He's seeking death. 9 hours later, the onlookers outside the Tai celestial sect shop whispered among themselves. It was as though they were certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to refine the overarching heaven pill. He still hasn't finished heating the prominent celestial pill cauldron after 9 hours? How dare he act so smug in front of me? Guan Qifei sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was focused on heating the cauldron. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Let's see how you're going to explain this to the Tai celestial sect. Cheng Degang, the direct disciple standing behind Tan Zhengyi, looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Meanwhile, Lian Qingyi and Xiaotong, the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, finally felt relieved. However, when they looked at the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect again, they discovered the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect remained calm. It was as though he was not worried at all by Duan Lingtian's slow heating speed. The other 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai celestial sect were also calm. However, at this moment, they no longer thought the 4 prominent celestial alchemists were confident in Duan Lingtian. Instead, they thought the 4 prominent celestial alchemists were still stubborn, even though they knew Duan Lingtian could not refine the overarching heaven pills. Humph! Let's see how long you can last. Lian Chengyi scoffed inwardly. Time continued to pass by. 2 hours passed in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally made his next move. He's done heating the cauldron? 11 hours. It took him a total of 11 hours to heat the cauldron. Based on his heating speed, even if his prominent celestial fire is of a low grade, he's only a mediocre celestial alchemist. It's already difficult for him to refine prominent celestial pills, let alone the overarching heaven pills. Now that he's done heating the cauldron, he'll only be able to buy 2 or 3 days at most. Chapter 2850. For Duan Lingtian, delaying the time to heat the cauldron to 11 hours was an extremely intense torment. It was to the extent that this process could cause one to break down. It was similar to how a person on Earth who owned a top sports car could only drive at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour for 11 hours on an unobstructed track. For 11 hours, on a smooth and unobstructed track, the top-notch sports car only managed to run 110 kilometers. Any normal person would go crazy. After 11 hours, Duan Lingtian, who had successfully heated the cauldron, felt as though he had been given a new lease on life. Let's go all out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after he finished heating the cauldron and heaved a sigh of relief. A gleam flashed across his eyes. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength in the subsequent steps of the pill refinement. He held back most of his strength. What a clumsy alchemy technique! He wants to refine the overarching heaven pill with this level of skill? Is he joking? As the saying went, the layman only enjoys the show while the expert appreciates the skill. When the group of mediocre celestial alchemists brought by Guanxi Fei saw Duan Lingtian's skill, they shook their heads in disbelief. Many mediocre celestial alchemists thought Duan Lingtian was inferior to Duan Lingtian. In fact, they thought Duan Lingtian's alchemy skill was inferior to theirs. How can he be the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-yi celestial sect with this level of skill? A mediocre celestial alchemist, standing behind Guanxi Fei, said disdainfully, "Do you really think he's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-yi celestial sect? His alchemy skill is far inferior to the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai-yi celestial sect. Even if the Tai-yi celestial sect wants to select a chief celestial alchemist, he won't be able to do it." That's right. The chief celestial alchemist is just a gimmick created by the Tai-yi celestial sect. Their goal is to mislead us into thinking that the Tai-yi celestial sect has someone who can refine the overarching heaven pill. I'd like to see how the Tai-yi celestial sect is going to deal with this. The group of celestial alchemists behind Guanxi Fei were whispering among themselves. Their voices were loud and clear even though the surroundings were quiet. Immediately, everyone knew that Duan Lingtian's pill refining speed was not only pathetically slow in heating the cauldron, but also in the following steps. He's only at the level of a mediocre celestial alchemist. His pill refining skills are so lousy, but he managed to obtain a prominent celestial fire. Isn't his luck a little too good? There was no lack of celestial alchemists among the onlookers. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with envy. It was not difficult for these celestial alchemists to figure out what Duan Lingtian was capable of. Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were only at the level of a mediocre celestial alchemist, let alone a prominent celestial alchemist. On the other hand, the people from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect felt relieved when they saw Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills. 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Sect Leader Xiao, it seems like our trip to Alchemy City is going well. Lian Cheng-yi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun celestial sect, said with a smile as he looked at Xiao Teng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect. Indeed, it's going well. Xiao Teng nodded with a smile. Let's just take it as a good start. When the alchemy conference begins, perhaps the Thousand Leaves celestial sect will be able to win some other prizes. During the alchemy conference, the competition between celestial alchemists was mostly based on bets. Small bets included ordinary pill formulas, small amounts of celestial crystals, low-grade cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities. Large bets included large amounts of celestial crystals, high-grade cultivation methods, celestial methods, divine abilities, and rare pill formulas. In fact, some sects would even bet their king-grade celestial weapons. Those sects who were bold enough to bet their king-grade celestial weapons were usually powerful and had a strong foundation. The Tai-yi celestial sect, on the other hand, only dared to use their king-grade celestial weapons as a wager. They did not dare to use their king-grade celestial weapons as a wager. After all, even if they won, the Tai-yi celestial sect might not be able to keep their king-grade celestial weapons. Although the Tai-yi celestial sect might have some older generation powerhouses hiding in the 6 southeastern regions to protect the Tai-yi celestial sect, they would only do so when the Tai-yi celestial sect was in danger. However, these older generation powerhouses would only appear when the Tai-yi celestial sect was on the brink of destruction. They would not interfere when the Tai celestial sect was robbed of their king-grade celestial weapons. For this reason, although the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect had brought out a king-grade celestial weapon, he only dared to bet offensive and defensive celestial methods, divine abilities, and other items. He did not dare to bet king-grade celestial weapons. Even if the Tai celestial sect won the bet and obtained the other king-grade celestial weapon temporarily, they would not be able to keep it. A good start? Lien Chengyi smiled brightly when he heard Xiao Teng's words. It was as though the three Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities of the Tai celestial sect were already in the supporting Sun celestial sect's possession. Still trying to act tough? Lien Chengyi looked at Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, Situ Ming, and the others. When he saw their calm expressions, a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. You're just a lucky brat. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me, Guan Qifei? Guan Qifei sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although Tan Zhengyi remained silent, a confident smile could be seen on his face. Time continued to pass. In just a blink of an eye, a day had passed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had reached the final step of refining the overarching heaven pill. Pill collection. Based on his actions, it seems like he'll be collecting the pills in half an hour. Meanwhile, the group of celestial alchemists outside the Tai celestial sect shop could see that Duan Lingtian was nearing the end of his pill refining. His cauldron must be filled with useless medicinal dregs. I'd like to see how he's going to collect the pills. Guan Qifei's eyes were filled with disdain as the sneer on his face deepened. Smack! Without any warning, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and slapped the cauldron, causing it to shake violently. He's about to collect the pills. I thought he'd delay for a while. I didn't expect him to collect the pills so quickly. Perhaps he knows there's no point in wasting time. After all, there's no pills in his cauldron. It doesn't matter if he collects the pills now or later. The eyes of the celestial alchemists present on the scene lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian's actions. Usually, even if a prominent celestial alchemist was refining pills, many of the powerhouses present on the scene would be able to use their divine consciousness to probe the situation inside the cauldron. However, after Duan Lingtian began to heat his cauldron, even the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect were unable to probe the situation inside the cauldron with their divine consciousness. Although they were surprised by this, they were not too surprised. After all, some prominent celestial fires were capable of preventing divine consciousness from probing the cauldron. They could even block the divine consciousness of a celestial king, let alone a celestial duke. It did not mean these prominent celestial fires were extremely powerful. Perhaps these celestial fires just happened to have the property of preventing divine consciousness from probing the cauldron. Celestial fires were born from heaven and earth. Even the most powerful celestial would not be able to resist them. Some celestial fires had the property of preventing divine consciousness from probing the cauldron. For this reason, the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, and even those who were unable to probe the cauldron with their divine consciousness had no choice but to wait patiently for Duan Lingtian to complete the last step of refining pills. After all, they were unable to probe the process with their divine consciousness. Just when everyone thought there were no medicinal pills in Duan Lingtian's cauldron. Under everyone's watchful eyes, 3 streaks of black light shot out of the pill cauldron as though they had transformed into 3 bolts of black lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they entered Duan Lingtian's hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, the sound of wind whistling rang in everyone's ears. They saw the sound traveling at the speed of light. They heard the sound traveling at the speed of sound. The speed of light was faster than the speed of sound. For this reason, everyone only saw the 3 pills shooting out of the cauldron before they heard the sound of the pills leaving the cauldron. In the next moment, the entire place fell silent. After a few moments, 3 overarching heaven pills? How's this possible? He's joking, right? Outside the Tai celestial sect shop, everyone regained their senses. They turned to look at Duan Lingtian and the 3 pills in Duan Lingtian's hand. Their expressions changed again as though they had seen a ghost. Did he really manage to refine the pills? Are those really overarching heaven pills? The top prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? How's this possible? How can he refine the overarching heaven pills? Don't tell me the medicinal herbs he used earlier are for refining other pills? The pills in his hand are mediocre celestial pills? Impossible. The medicinal herbs he used earlier are required to refine the overarching heaven pills. Moreover, based on the aura of the pills in his hand, I'm certain they're prominent celestial pills. I've probed with my divine consciousness. There are indeed 3 overarching heaven pills. Some of the celestial alchemists voiced their doubts after they regained their senses. However, these doubts were quickly denied by the celestial alchemists present on the scene. Moreover, some of the celestial alchemists present on the scene with their divine consciousness had confirmed the pills in Duan Lingtian's hand were prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills. No, no, impossible, impossible. Guan Qifei's face was pale. He was so shocked that he took a few steps back. However, his eyes and face were still filled with disbelief. Chapter 2851. Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, and Tan Zhengyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect, had extended their divine consciousness as soon as the 3 pills left the cauldron and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian caught the 3 pills, he had already investigated the pills and confirmed they were none other than the prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills. Although the success rate of refining 3 overarching heaven pills was not high, it was still very high. However, even if it was just 1 overarching heaven pill, it was enough to prove the purple-clad young man was capable of refining overarching heaven pills. Even if he had only refined 1 overarching heaven pill, the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect would still lose the bet. Overarching heaven pills. He actually managed to refine the overarching heaven pills? While Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi's expressions changed drastically, the expressions of the 2 sect leaders behind them, Lin Chengyi and Xiaotong, were as ugly as they could be. Just a moment ago, they had thought victory was within their grasp. However, at this moment, they felt as though they had fallen from heaven to hell. The difference was too great for them to accept. He really managed to refine the overarching heaven pills? His alchemy skills are so lousy, but he managed to refine the overarching heaven pills? Is this a joke? I thought his prominent celestial fire was only able to block my divine consciousness because it's blessed by heaven and earth. However, it seems like it's because his prominent celestial fire is of such a high grade that it's able to repel my divine consciousness when I'm a celestial duke. His prominent celestial fire is of such a high grade? Impossible. If his prominent celestial fire is of such a high grade, why would it take him 11 hours to heat up the cauldron? Moreover, based on his expression, it's obvious he was exhausted when he finished heating the cauldron. The people outside the Tai Yi Celestial Sect shop were shocked and in disbelief when they saw Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pills. Many celestial alchemists were puzzled by how Duan Lingtian managed to refine the overarching heaven pill with such mediocre skills. This completely defied common sense. At this moment, no one thought that Duan Lingtian was holding back. First of all, Duan Lingtian was not very old. He was not even 100 years old. It was already very rare for him to have the level of alchemy that he just displayed. Secondly, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian needed to hide his strength. What a pity for those overarching heaven pills. When everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even though he had intentionally concealed his strength and did not perform at his usual level, he still managed to concoct 7 overarching heaven pills. However, he only took 3 of them. The remaining 4 were still in the cauldron. Because he did not collect them in time, they were all burned by the 3rd form Chaos Divine Flame. Naturally, if he did not collect them in time, even an ordinary celestial fire would burn them to ashes. I can only hope that the 4 overarching heaven pills will be of some use during the alchemy conference. At the very least, although they know that I, Duan Lingtian, can refine overarching heaven pills, they also know that my success rate is not high. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not take out all 7 overarching heaven pills because he wanted to conceal his strength and not reveal his alchemy skills. Today, he had only successfully refined 3 overarching heaven pills. This news would soon spread throughout Alchemy City. At that time, everyone in Alchemy City would know about it. With this, he might even be able to compete with other prominent celestial alchemists who were also capable of refining overarching heaven pills during the Alchemy Conference. During the Alchemy Conference, the celestial alchemist would bet on the heat of the cauldron, the success rate of refining the same type of celestial pill, and many other kinds of bets. It was a feast for the eyes. These were all things that Situ Ming had told Duan Lingtian. Sect Master Lian, Sect Master Xiao, thank you for your immortal arts and divine abilities. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect, and Xiao Teng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng were so angry that they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, but they held themselves back. Put aside the fact that so many people were watching them, they could not afford to lose face. Moreover, they were wary of Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Although they were 8 trigram celestial dukes like Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, they were not ordinary celestial dukes. However, Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, was an 8 trigram celestial duke from the older generation. He was much stronger than them. Even if they joined forces, they were not 100% confident they could defeat Hishan. Master Duan, you've hidden your strength well. It seems like Senior Hishan wasn't lying from the beginning. With your alchemy skills, you're definitely worthy of being the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Xiao Teng said as he took a deep look at Duan Lingtian after he caught his breath before Lian Chengyi. At the same time, he raised his hand and threw a memory celestial talisman at Duan Lingtian. The memory celestial talisman flew toward Duan Lingtian and stopped in front of him. It was obvious the memory celestial talisman contained the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect's triple trait Duke grade divine ability. After Duan Lingtian caught the memory celestial talisman, Xiao Teng turned around and glanced at Tan Zhengyi indifferently. Vice Sect Leader Tan, let's go back. Although Xiao Teng was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart, there was a hint of coldness in his tone when he greeted Tan Zhengyi. Yes, Sect Leader. Upon hearing Xiao Teng's words, Tan Zhengyi knew the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect who rarely got angry was angry. He hurriedly followed after Xiao Teng. As soon as Tan Zhengyi moved, his male and female disciples immediately followed closely behind. The male disciple, Cheng De Gang, looked at Duan Lingtian before he left. The disdain in his eyes had disappeared and were replaced by dread. A prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills, even if his strength in the celestial Tao was not as good as Duan Lingtian, would still be willing to kill Duan Lingtian to earn his favor. He's really not even 100 years old? Cheng De Gang was still confused. He could not figure it out. How could a brat who was not even 100 years old be a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills? When the 4 people from the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect left, the crowd parted to make way for them. Even the whispers died down. It was only after the 4 people from the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect had left that they dared to continue whispering. The Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did they fail to obtain the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities, but they even lost one of their own divine abilities. Although the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect only lost one of their triple trait Duke grade divine abilities, that triple trait Duke grade divine ability is a triple trait Duke grade divine ability. In terms of value, it's not inferior to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities. And the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect. I'm afraid Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect, wants to kill Guan Qifei as well, right? It's not Master Guan's fault, right? After all, none of us expected a celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect would be able to refine a top prominent celestial pill like the overarching heaven pill. Everyone's eyes shifted to Lien Cheng-yi and Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun celestial sect, respectively. Hearing these whispers, Guan Qifei cautiously raised his head and glanced at Lien Cheng-yi. He happened to meet Lien Cheng-yi's slightly cold gaze. Sect leader, I'm sorry. I didn't know he's capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, when he's not even 100 years old. Guan Qifei apologized to Lien Cheng-yi through voice transmission. Naturally, he thought to himself, I'm not the only one who wants to bet. If you don't want to bet, there's nothing I can do about it. Guan Qifei was slightly displeased when he saw Lien Cheng-yi's cold gaze. It seems like there's no need for me to stay in the supporting Sun celestial sect after the alchemy conference. It was also because Lien Cheng-yi didn't know Guan Qifei's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely have the thought of immediately killing Guan Qifei. Master Guan, there's no need for you to apologize. You're not the only one who's to blame for this. I'm the one who's to blame as well, Lien Cheng-yi hurriedly said through voice transmission when he realized it was inappropriate for him to look at Guan Qifei coldly. However, Guan Qifei chose to ignore Lien Cheng-yi's words. Master Duan, you're really good at hiding things. Lien Cheng-yi took out a memory celestial talisman that contained the supporting Sun celestial sect's offensive and defensive Duke-grade celestial method and passed it to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Master Duan, you can consider joining the supporting Sun celestial sect after the alchemy conference. The supporting Sun celestial sect is stronger than the Tai-yi celestial sect. We even have a 9 palaces celestial duke. If you join the supporting Sun celestial sect, we're willing to make you our chief celestial alchemist. In fact, the supporting Sun celestial sect won't reject your request as long as it's within our means. Lien Cheng-yi said through voice transmission. He was clearly trying to convince Duan Lingtian to join the supporting Sun celestial sect. Sect leader Lien. Duan Lingtian did not reply to Lien Cheng-yi through voice transmission. Instead, he said, You're saying that if I join the supporting Sun celestial sect, you won't reject my request as long as it's within the means of the supporting Sun celestial sect? Master Duan, Lien Cheng-yi did not expect Duan Lingtian would reveal his intention to poach the Tai-yi celestial sect so quickly. His face paled slightly. After all, this was not something to be proud of. Chapter 2852. That's right. Faced with He Shan's cold gaze, Lien Cheng-yi's expression darkened. He braced himself and said to Duan Lingtian, As long as you're willing to join the supporting Sun celestial sect and become a celestial alchemist, the supporting Sun celestial sect is willing to fulfill any of your requests. Since Duan Lingtian had already revealed the truth, Lien Cheng-yi no longer concealed it since there was no need for him to do so. Since he was destined to offend the old ancestor of the supporting Sun celestial sect, he might as well go all the way. Moreover, a celestial alchemist like Duan Lingtian was a rare resource to begin with. Since he was only a revered elder of the Tai-yi celestial sect, the Tai-yi celestial sect could not restrict his freedom. Therefore, no one would say anything even if he tried to poach Duan Lingtian. At most, they would say that he valued talent. Lien Cheng-yi, the old ancestor of the Tai-yi celestial sect, glared at Lien Cheng-yi and said in a deep voice, How dare you try to poach Duan Lingtian in front of me? Senior He Shan. Upon hearing this, Lien Cheng-yi turned to look at the old ancestor of the Tai-yi celestial sect and solemnly said, As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. If Master Duan really wants to stay in the Tai-yi celestial sect, he won't join the supporting Sun celestial sect no matter what benefits I offer. If he joins the supporting Sun celestial sect, it can only be said that the Tai-yi celestial sect has given him too little. When Lien Cheng-yi reached the end of his sentence, he shifted his gaze back to Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, Master Duan, what did you say earlier? Do you have a request? I don't like Master Guan of the supporting Sun celestial sect. Upon hearing Lien Cheng-yi's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Guan Qifei, who was standing at the side. Guan Qifei's eyes were cold as though he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. Previously, Guan Shifei did not think much of Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian displayed his alchemy skills. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's talent in alchemy, he could only imagine how bright Duan Lingtian's future would be. For this reason, he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian since he was worried Duan Lingtian would seek revenge on him in the future. As a petty person, he was certain Duan Lingtian would not let him off the hook. However, he did not know that Duan Lingtian had no intention of Duan Lingtian. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Guan Shifei's, Duan Lingtian's, Duan Lingtian only took him seriously when he saw the killing intent in his eyes. Why Don's? You to say, use rights to kill him Tian. Tian's Tian to Cheng Yi's, heir to you to kill Duan Chun. Kill SAS. Soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Guan Shifei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would make such a request when Lien Chengyi was trying to recruit Duan Lingtian into the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect. Guan Shifei had been in the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect for many years. Based on his understanding of Lien Chengyi, he knew Lien Chengyi would agree to it if Duan Lingtian was willing to join the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect. For this reason, Guan Shifei looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously as soon as he heard Lien Chengyi's words. At the same time, he prepared to detonate the prominent celestial fire in his body. Impossible. However, Lien Chengyi replied to Duan Lingtian, Master Guan is a revered elder of the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect. The Supporting Sun Celestial Sect will only protect him and not harm him. For this reason, the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect is unable to fulfill your request. Master Duan, please change your request. Lien Chengyi said, Forget it then. I won't force you. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Guan Shifei also glanced at Lien Chengyi in surprise. He did not expect Lien Chengyi to defend him. Lien Chengyi's actions had completely overturned his previous understanding of Lien Chengyi. Guan Shifei was touched by Lien Chengyi's words. He even felt ashamed of himself for thinking about leaving the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect. At the same time, Guan Shifei gradually let down his guard. Unknowingly, his connection with the prominent celestial fire in his body had been severed. Sect leader, Duan Lingtian, is very cunning. From the very beginning, he's trying to trick us into thinking he's incapable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Guan Shifei looked at Lien Chengyi and said, You can't believe his words. Upon hearing Guan Shifei's words, the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, including Duan Lingtian, were speechless. Even the onlookers were speechless. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not seem to have done anything on purpose, right? They thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to refine the overarching heaven pill because they were certain Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. They did not think it was possible for Duan Lingtian to refine the overarching heaven pill. I know. Lien Chengyi nodded. Then, he looked at Guan Shifei and said with a faint smile, Master Guan, the Supporting Sun Celestial Sect won't abandon you for a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the overarching heaven pill. Thank you, sect leader. Guan Shifei quickly bowed and thanked Lien Chengyi. Just as Guan Shifei bowed, a cold glint flashed across Lien Chengyi's eyes. Swoosh, swoosh. As a cold glint flashed across Lien Chengyi's eyes, two gray streams of light shot out from his eyes. In the blink of an eye, they gathered together and transformed into a gray goshawk phantom. Boom. Before Guan Shifei could stand up, the gray, eagle-like phantom slammed into his body again, but it did not cause him any external injuries. In fact, some of the celestial dukes who could see the gray eagle's trajectory clearly saw it vanish as soon as it collided with Guan Shifei. Naturally, it did not vanish. Instead, it merged with Guan Shifei's body. It's a soul attack. He Shan's eyes widened slightly. Lien Chengyi is really going to kill Guan Shifei just because of Master Duan's words. As soon as He Shan's voice fell, Guan Shifei, who had yet to stand up, fell to the ground with lifeless eyes. His body was as stiff as a statue. Bang! The sound of Guan Shifei's corpse falling to the ground was particularly loud and clear in the quiet surroundings of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect shop. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect is really ruthless. Some of the Celestial Dukes who knew it was Lien Cheng-yi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, who had killed Guan Qifei, were shocked. The onlookers who did not know what had happened were confused at first. However, after a few Celestial Dukes explained the situation to them, they began to understand what had happened. Immediately, the group of people looked at Lien Cheng-yi with eyes filled with either fear or terror. Guan Qifei offended the Tai-yi Celestial sect for no reason and caused the supporting Sun Celestial sect to lose our most precious Duke-grade Celestial method. Although he's only an revered elder of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, according to the sect's rules, he still deserves to die for imparting our Duke-grade Celestial method to outsiders. At the same time, Lien Cheng-yi's voice began to spread in the area. What's the matter with you? As the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, Lien Cheng-yi was, naturally, not a fool. If he killed Guan Qifei because of Duan Ling Tian's words, his reputation would be tarnished. Everyone would say that he, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, had killed a revered elder of the sect. At that time, no one would dare to become a revered elder of the supporting Sun Celestial sect. For this reason, he came up with a perfect excuse to avoid being infamous. He said he had killed Guan Qifei because of the supporting Sun Celestial sect's rules and not because of Duan Lingtian's request. Master Duan, now that I've killed Guan Qifei, I hope you'll keep your promise and join the supporting Sun Celestial sect. Lien Cheng-yi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian when he looked at Duan Lingtian. One thing on the surface, but another behind his back. He was referring to Lien Cheng-yi. Sect leader Lien, if I'm not mistaken, you didn't kill Guan Qifei because of me, right? It's because of him that the supporting Sun Celestial sect lost a Duke-grade Celestial method, right? Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission after he heard Lien Cheng-yi's words. Master Duan, I hope you won't play dumb at this time. If it weren't for your words, do you really think I would kill Master Guan and make the supporting Sun Celestial sect lose a prominent celestial alchemist for nothing? Lien Cheng-yi's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I don't know about that. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently through voice transmission. Sect leader Lien, if you really want me to join the supporting Sun Celestial sect, I'm willing to join the supporting Sun Celestial sect as long as you admit in public that you killed Master Guan for my sake. Master Duan, based on your words, you're trying to gain something without risking anything? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, Lien Cheng-yi's tone was cold as though he was about to devour someone. Gain something without risking anything? Duan Ling Tian continued to say through voice transmission. Why do you say that? Sect leader Lien, if you're too embarrassed to say it, I can say it for you. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to spout nonsense, the supporting Sun Celestial sect won't let you off so easily. At this moment, Lien Cheng-yi realized Duan Lingtian was deliberately making things difficult for him. Senior Hishan, congratulations on obtaining such an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist like Master Duan. Farewell. Lien Cheng-yi took a deep breath before he bade farewell to the old ancestor of the Tai-yi Celestial sect. Then, he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he did not speak to Duan Lingtian again. However, no one noticed the killing intent in Lien Cheng-yi's eyes when he glanced at Duan Lingtian from the corner of his eyes. Duan Lingtian, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Chapter 2853. Duan Lingtian did not think much of Lien Cheng-yi's threat. This was not the first time he was threatened. If he was afraid of someone, he would not have survived until today. However, Lien Cheng-yi's actions today had taught him a lesson. That was, unless one's value was above that of others, one's life could be sacrificed at any time in the face of benefits. Although Duan Lingtian knew Guan Qifei's eyes were filled with killing intent earlier, he knew Guan Qifei would be a threat to him. Duan Lingtian had only asked Lien Cheng-yi to kill Guan Qifei to make things difficult for Lien Cheng-yi since he did not think Lien Cheng-yi would do such a thing. If Lien Cheng-yi killed Guan Qifei because of his words, not only would Lien Cheng-yi's reputation be tarnished, but the supporting Sun Celestial sect's reputation would be tarnished as well. The supporting Sun celestial sect was willing to sacrifice their revered elders for profit. It was only natural that they would do the same in the future. If Lien Cheng-yi killed Guan Qifei because of Duan Lingtian's request, it would be difficult for the supporting Sun celestial sect to recruit other revered elders. However, what he did not expect was that Lien Cheng-yi really made a move to kill Guan Qifei. Moreover, before killing Guan Qifei, Lien Cheng-yi had purposely laid the groundwork. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Lien Cheng-yi's motive. He was worried that Guan Qifei would detonate the prominent celestial fire in his body. That was why he had comforted Guan Qifei, so that Guan Qifei would lower his guard before he killed Guan Qifei with a soul attack. After all, the power of a prominent celestial alchemist's prominent celestial fire was extremely powerful. Even someone as strong as Lien Cheng-yi would not be able to survive the explosion of a prominent celestial fire. With Lien Cheng-yi's ruthlessness, even if I join the supporting Sun celestial sect today, he might betray me in the future. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Moreover, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had no intention of leaving the Tai celestial sect and joining the supporting Sun celestial sect, since Duan Lingtian was not a fickle person. Since he had joined the Tai celestial sect, as long as the Tai celestial sect did not betray him, he would not easily leave the Tai celestial sect and join another sect in the 6 southeastern regions. He left. The sect leader of the supporting Sun celestial sect is really bold. He actually followed the rules of the supporting Sun celestial sect and executed a prominent celestial alchemist like Guan Qifei. He's a prominent celestial alchemist. Why do I feel that things aren't that simple? Perhaps he had killed Master Guan because of Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect? But that's not very likely. If he really killed Pill Master Guan because of Pill Master Duan, he wouldn't have left alone, let alone congratulate Hishan. Now that you mention it, he is indeed bold. After all, the words that Lien Cheng-yi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun celestial sect, sent to Duan Lingtian after killing Guan Qifei were not heard by the onlookers. For this reason, most of the onlookers felt that Lien Cheng-yi was bold enough to execute a prominent celestial alchemist according to the rules of the Tai celestial sect. Not only would Lien Cheng-yi and the supporting Sun celestial sect's reputation be tarnished, but they would also think that Lien Cheng-yi and the supporting Sun celestial sect were impartial. Even though Guan Qifei was a prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun celestial sect, Lien Cheng-yi still chose to punish him. This was not something that any sect in the 6 southeastern regions could do. In the history of the 6 southeastern regions, the supporting Sun celestial sect was definitely the first sect to have such courage. Although many of the people present felt that Guan Qifei did not deserve to die, their words were like a few waves in the ocean, unable to cause any big waves. Master Duan, Lien Cheng-yi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun celestial sect, must have sent you a voice transmission to ask you to join the supporting Sun celestial sect after killing Guan Qifei, right? As one of the older powerhouses in the Tai celestial sect, how could the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect not see through Lien Cheng-yi's motive for killing Guan Qifei? In fact, when Lien Cheng-yi killed Guan Qifei, he was worried that Duan Lingtian would join the supporting Sun celestial sect. However, when Lien Cheng-yi left in exasperation, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect discovered that Guan Qifei's plan had failed. Lien Cheng-yi did not get what he wanted. Old ancestor, you've figured it out? Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission with a faint smile on his face. Indeed, he sent me a voice transmission asking me to join the supporting Sun celestial sect. He even said he killed Guan Qifei as per my request. However, I asked him to publicly admit that I killed Guan Qifei because of my request. If he was willing to admit it, I'd join the supporting Sun celestial sect. However, he refused. Therefore, we parted ways. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. How could he possibly admit to it? Although you're a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills, you're not as important as the reputation of the supporting Sun celestial sect in Lien Cheng-yi's eyes. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was clearly in a good mood. Then, he continued to say, however, Master Duan, Lien Cheng-yi will definitely blame you for what happened today. Both of you are now at odds with each other. Before he left, He sent me a voice transmission and told me that we're irreconcilable enemies. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Irreconcilable enemies? The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect snorted. It's just the death of a prominent celestial alchemist. Why did he make it sound as though his parents died? Although he's the sect leader of the supporting Sun celestial sect, he still has to go through me and the Tai celestial sect if he wants to harm you. Clearly, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was trying to appease Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, from today onward, please don't leave my side until we return to the Tai celestial sect. Don't leave my side, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect added. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Meanwhile, after the people from the Thousand Leaves celestial sect returned to their residence, they did not separate. Instead, they gathered in the courtyard where Xiao Teng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, was staying. Sect leader, I'm to blame for what happened today. Please punish me. Tan Zhengyi took the initiative to apologize to Xiao Teng. Vice sect leader Tan, you're not to blame for what happened today. However, Xiao Teng shook his head when he heard Tan Zhengyi's apology. You agreeing to his bet doesn't affect the overall situation. If it wasn't for my carelessness, our Thousand Leaves celestial sect wouldn't have lost that Duke-grade divine ability. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian, a young man who's not even 100 years old, is already a prominent celestial alchemist? Moreover, he's even able to refine prominent celestial pills like the overarching heaven pill. Xiao Teng sighed emotionally as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. Who would have thought that he's already a prominent celestial alchemist who's capable of refining overarching heaven pills when he's not even 100 years old? Seeing that his sect master had no intention of blaming him, Tan Zhengyi heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he repeatedly agreed with Xiao Teng, the sect master of the Thousand Leaves immortal sect. What happened today has taught us that we can't underestimate anyone. There's always someone better than us. Xiao Teng said. Sect leader. Suddenly, Tan Zhengyi's eyes flashed as though he had thought of something. Why don't we poach Duan Lingtian to our Thousand Leaves celestial sect? Our Thousand Leaves celestial sect is much stronger than the Tai celestial sect. Moreover, the benefits we can give him are much greater than what the Tai celestial sect can give him. Tan Zhengyi's eyes lit up when he reached the end of his sentence. It was as though he had discovered a new world. As soon as Tan Zhengyi's words left his mouth, Cheng Degang's expression changed again. Previously, he had offended Duan Lingtian. It was still fine if Duan Lingtian stayed in the Tai celestial sect. However, if Duan Lingtian joined the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, it was inevitable that Duan Lingtian would seek revenge on him. At that time, if Duan Lingtian really wanted to seek revenge on him, not only would his master not protect him, but his master might even personally hand him over to Duan Lingtian. Cheng Degang knew his master's character very well. For the sake of the sect, he was willing to do anything. He was even willing to sacrifice himself, let alone a direct disciple like him. Vice Sect Leader Tan, do you think Master Duan joined the Tai celestial sect because of the benefits the Tai celestial sect offered him? Contrary to Tan Zhengyi's excitement, Xiao Teng remained calm when he heard Tan Zhengyi's words. Do you think Master Duan would join the Tai celestial sect for benefits? As a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills, as long as he's willing, even the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, the profound heaven celestial sect, would treat him as a guest of honor. Shouting said, therefore, it's almost impossible for him to join the Tai celestial sect. Xiao Teng was much more rational compared to Tan Zhengyi and Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun celestial sect. Tan Zhengyi fell silent when he heard Xiao Teng's words. Xiao Teng's words made sense. Cheng Dagong, who was following behind Tan Zhengyi, couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence, after the incident outside the Tai celestial sect shop came to an end, the crowd dispersed. News of the incident spread like wildfire in Alchemy City and reached the ears of the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. He really managed to refine overarching heaven pills. Sister Shuqiu, you're right. Liu Luo, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who had been waiting in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence, could not help but stare at Zhou Shuqiu in disbelief, as expected. Although Zhou Shuqiu felt that her guess shouldn't be wrong, she couldn't help but feel a little shocked when the truth proved her guess. Chapter 2854. Murong Bing, who was standing at the side, remained silent, but her eyes shone brightly. However, after a while, she suddenly thought of something and sighed inwardly. Her originally sparkling autumn eyes dimmed in an instant. Hey, have you heard? A prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills from the Tai Yi celestial sect will be attending the alchemy conference. Tai Yi celestial sect? The Tai Yi celestial sect from the wasteland? A prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills has a high status in the 6 southeastern regions and even the borderlands of the southern heaven territory. Why would such a prominent celestial alchemist willingly join the Tai Yi celestial sect? I don't know. However, this isn't the most shocking thing. The prominent celestial alchemist isn't even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Are you kidding me? He's not even 100 years old. It's already amazing that he's a prominent celestial alchemist. It's impossible for him to refine overarching heaven pills. But that's the truth. Many people witnessed him refining the overarching heaven pills. Similar discussions were spreading in Alchemy City in the Barren Land. Duanling Tian's name had also spread in Alchemy City at an extremely fast speed. It had entered the ears of more than 90% of the people in Alchemy City. Currently, the only people in Alchemy City who were unaware of Duanling Tian were those who were in closed-door cultivation. Duanling Tian was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. He was also a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, this celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old was able to refine the top prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. His talent in alchemy was shocking. In the profound heaven celestial sect's residence. What? That brat from the Tai Yi celestial sect, who's not even 100 years old, managed to refine the overarching heaven pill? Impossible. He's not even 100 years old. Even if he's lucky enough to obtain a prominent celestial fire, it's impossible for him to refine a prominent celestial pill like the overarching heaven pill. Fake news. This must be fake news. Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, was waiting to see the Tai Yi celestial sect make a fool of themselves. He did not expect the purple-clad young man from the Tai Yi celestial sect would succeed in refining the overarching heaven pill. When he heard the news, the first thought that came to his mind was disbelief. What a joke. He had seen the purple-clad young man before and could confirm that the purple-clad young man was indeed less than 100 years old. It was impossible for him to concoct the overarching heaven pill before he was even 100 years old. However, even if he didn't believe it, after Bai Yuxian had someone confirm this matter multiple times, he had no choice but to believe it no matter how unwilling he was. The Tai Yi celestial sect is so lucky? You actually found a celestial alchemist who is not even 100 years old. Bai Yuxian's expression turned even more unsightly after he confirmed the news was true. No wonder that Brad is so arrogant. As it turns out, he's a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills before he's even 100 years old. Bai Yuxian knew very well. If the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect was willing to join the profound heaven celestial sect, even Bai Yuxian's father would treat him with respect. At that time, even Bai Yuxian would not dare to offend him. I don't care who you are. Even if you're a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills before you're even 100 years old, and no matter how talented you are in alchemy, I, Bai Yuxian, will definitely take the woman by your side. Bai Yuxian's eyes suddenly emitted a cold light that was as sharp as a blade. In the compassionate celestial traveler sect's residence. Duanling Tian? This name sounds familiar. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had also heard the news. She instantly found the name Duanling Tian familiar. Could it be that I've heard of the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect before? The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect thought to herself. At this moment, The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect did not recall the name. Although she had heard of the name Duan Lingtian, it was not because he was an outstanding celestial alchemist. Instead, it was because the owner of this name was someone she had once sent people to kill. Moreover, the people she had sent to hunt him down had told her about the name after they returned to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian was the man she hated to the core for ruining her niece, Morongbing's chastity. Apart from the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, no one else in the sect knew that Morongbing was the niece of the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Although the members of the compassionate celestial traveler sect knew the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect doted on Morongbing, they thought it was because of her outstanding talent in the celestial Tao. They did not expect the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect to dote on Morongbing, even if her talent in the celestial Tao was ordinary. After all, Morongbing was her niece. Meanwhile, the residences of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions were in an uproar as well. None of them expected this. Before the alchemy conference began, a celestial alchemist had already become famous due to his outstanding talent in alchemy. It was not hard to imagine how the name of this young prominent celestial alchemist would shake the borderlands in the future. Even the forces in the central area of the Southern Heaven territory would extend an olive branch to him if they heard about such an outstanding alchemist in the borderlands. Perhaps, a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill was not very attractive to most forces in the central area. However, once this prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill gained the title of younger than 100 years old, he would be highly sought after by the major forces in the central area. Moreover, he was able to refine the overarching heaven pill before he was even 100 years old. If such a celestial alchemist could obtain a higher-grade celestial fire in the future, his future would be limitless. With Duan Lingtian's rise to fame in Alchemy City, the business of the Tai-E Celestial Sex Shop began to flourish. The number of customers entering and leaving the Tai-E Celestial Sex Shop was so high that it almost broke the threshold. For this reason, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing were extremely busy. However, since Duan Lingtian was no longer in the Tai-E Celestial Sex Shop, there were still many customers entering and exiting the Tai-E Celestial Sex Shop. However, the number of customers entering and exiting the Tai-E Celestial Sex Shop was not even half of what it was when Duan Lingtian was around. It seems that more than half of the guests from a few days ago came for Alchemist Duan. At this time, Situ Ming also realized this point. Master Duan is a prominent celestial alchemist who's able to refine the overarching heaven pill even though he's younger than 100 years old. It's only natural that they're curious. Yang Chong said, "Why don't we invite Master Duan to visit our shop more often? That way, our sales will double." Situ Ming suggested. Alas, his suggestion was rejected by Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing. "Master Situ, don't tell me you want to rely on this to make a fortune? I'm already busy enough. If things continue like before, won't we die from exhaustion?" No. Compared to Yang Chong, Yu Zhongjing's reply was simple and direct. He directly rejected Situ Ming's suggestion. Meanwhile, in the residence of the Tai-E Celestial Sects members, including Duan Lingtian, a few days later, "I thought I would be able to enjoy a few days of peace after returning. I didn't expect it to be even more troublesome than the shop." Duan Lingtian, who had just sent away a few celestial alchemists, said to Hishan with a wry smile on his face, "Old ancestor, I can't take it anymore. I won't leave my room before the alchemy conference begins. Just tell them I'm in closed-door cultivation. Even if they say I'm arrogant and frivolous, I can't be bothered with them." Duan Lingtian said to Hishan after taking a deep breath. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he left the main hall with Huan and returned to his residence without waiting for Hishan's reply. Over the past few days, more than a dozen celestial alchemists had come to visit him. They were either from powerful sects in the 6 southeastern regions or were prominent celestial alchemists who could refine overarching heaven pills. The reason these people came was to get acquainted with Duan Lingtian. A prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills before the age of 100 was worthy of respect from any celestial alchemist. At the same time, Many celestial alchemists hoped to befriend Duanling Tian before Duanling Tian grew to become a celestial alchemist. In the beginning, Duanling Tian did not want to meet these celestial alchemists. However, He Shan had asked him to entertain them on behalf of the Tai Yi celestial sect. A few days later, Duanling Tian, who was not very fond of socializing and was not very good at it, finally lost his patience. He left He Shan a few words before he left. Only He Shan remained in the main hall with a wry smile on his face. If Duanling Tian was only an elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, He Shan would have scolded Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian was only a revered elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Moreover, he was a revered elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Even He Shan had to coax Duanling Tian. For this reason, there was nothing He Shan could do about Duanling Tian's refusal. From today onward, until the start of the alchemy conference, the Tai Yi celestial sect's residence will be closed to all guests. Please forgive us. Very soon, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect made a declaration to the entire alchemy city. Many people who wanted to meet Duanling Tian and some celestial alchemists who wanted to befriend Duanling Tian could only stay outside the Tai Yi celestial sect's residence. Time passed by quietly. Days passed one by one. Chapter 2855. The Alchemy Conference was jointly organized by the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions. It was held once every 30 years, and each region would take turns hosting it. This time, it was held in the Barren Land. There were alchemy cities in the 6 southeastern regions. They were built by the top sects in each region for the Alchemy Conference. Although the downtown area of Alchemy City was considered the center of the city, strictly speaking, it was only considered the periphery of the city center. The center of Alchemy City was a fenced-off area that was not open to the public. It was only open to the public during the Alchemy Conference. The Alchemy Conference would be held there. The Alchemy Plaza? Duanling Tian only learned the name of the Alchemy Conference from He Shan and the others after they left for the Alchemy Conference. The Alchemy Square was shrouded in fog. Previously, Duanling Tian had asked the old ancestor where the Alchemy Square was when he was strolling around the Alchemy Square. That's where the Alchemy Conference is held. It's only open to the public after the Alchemy Conference begins. It's usually shrouded by an illusory formation set up by the 3 major celestial sects of the Barren Land. This was what the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect had told Duanling Tian. Since Duanling Tian did not ask further, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect did not tell him that the Alchemy Plaza was where the Alchemy Conference was held. The Alchemy Plaza was a vast plaza with a stone platform in the center. Some chairs were placed on the platform that faced the 4 corners of the plaza. Old ancestor, I don't think those chairs are enough for the high-ranking officials from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, right? Duanling Tian asked He Shan as he looked at the chairs on the stone platform in the center of the Alchemy Plaza. There were only 8 chairs on the stone platform. They faced the Alchemy Plaza in 4 different directions. Every 2 chairs faced one direction. There were 22 top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Even if there was only one high-ranking official from each top sect, there would not be enough seats. Master Duan, those chairs aren't for us. He Shan smiled faintly and said, those chairs are for the people from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. The Alliance of Celestial Masters? Upon hearing He Shan's words, Duanling Tian was stunned. He was familiar with the Alliance of Celestial Masters. It was an alliance of celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms. Moreover, every time a celestial alchemist or celestial weapon craftsman reached a new level, they would be able to obtain a set of celestial master robes from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. On the other hand, the members of the Alliance of Celestial Masters were either celestial alchemists or celestial blacksmiths. Moreover, they were willing to work for the Alliance of Celestial Masters without any remuneration. Most of the people in charge of the Alliance of Celestial Masters were rogue cultivators. After all, there was no lack of high-grade celestial alchemists and celestial blacksmiths in the Alliance of Celestial Masters. After all, even sectless cultivators did not dare to provoke the members of the Alliance of Celestial Masters. On the other hand, High-grade celestial alchemists and celestial blacksmiths had their own connections. If one were to offend the alliance of celestial masters, one would offend these high-grade celestial alchemists and celestial blacksmiths. Yes. He-Shan nodded. The Alliance of Celestial Masters is invited to host the Alchemy Conference in the 6 southeastern regions. Most of the people from the Alliance of Celestial Masters are top-grade celestial alchemists and sectless cultivators. He-Shan continued to speak. Sectless cultivators? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Most of the top-grade celestial alchemists in the Alliance of Celestial Masters are sectless cultivators. They have many powerful sectless cultivators by their side. Every time they travel to the Alchemy Conference in the 6 southeastern regions, sectless cultivators would accompany them. He-Shan continued to say, generally, the sectless cultivators who attend the Alchemy Conference with the top-grade celestial alchemists are rare. The strongest ones are 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, while the weakest ones are 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes. The old ancestor's expression turned grave as he spoke. 10 Directions Celestial Dukes? 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect there to be such powerful sectless cultivators in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. He had thought only the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions had 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes and 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. However, He-Shan's words gave him a new understanding of the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. As it turned out, apart from the top sects in the borderlands, there were many hidden talents among the sectless cultivators as well. Duan Lingtian was about to ask He-Shan how many top-grade celestial alchemists the Alliance of Celestial Masters would send to the Alchemy Conference. At this moment, a disdainful voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. You want to exchange your broken box for a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. You must be out of your mind. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw the person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a valiant appearance. He was talking to an old man. The old man was short and had an ancient box in his hand. In response to the middle-aged man's provocation, he said indifferently, My Grandmaster obtained this box in a little world left behind by a celestial lord. It's not an ordinary box. Humph. The disdainful expression on the middle-aged man's face deepened when he heard the old man's words. My divine consciousness can easily penetrate the box in your hand and see that it's empty. Do you think I'm stupid? If I open the box and there's nothing inside, will you give me 10,000 primitive celestial crystals? As he spoke, the middle-aged man smiled coldly. If you can open the box, I'll give it to you for free. When the old man heard the middle-aged man's words, he calmly said, My Grandmaster was an 8 trigram celestial duke before he left the 6 southeastern regions for the central area of the Southern Heaven Territory. However, even he couldn't open this box. I wouldn't want this broken box even if you gave it to me for free. However, since you're willing to let me open it, I'll open it for you. After the middle-aged man took the ancient box from the old man's hand, he tried to open it. However, after a long time, the box remained tightly shut. There were no signs of it loosening at all. How's this possible? The middle-aged man's face flushed red with indignation. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not open the box at all. It's indeed an empty box. My divine consciousness can easily penetrate the box as well. I'm certain it's empty. However, why is it so difficult to open a box that can easily penetrate the box with our divine consciousness? Based on the fluctuation of celestial origin energy when he opened the box earlier, I can tell he's at least a celestial duke. This box is really strange. There's nothing inside, but even a celestial duke can't open it. The argument between the middle-aged man and the old man attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others who had just entered the alchemy square. They extended their divine senses and enveloped the box in the middle-aged man's hand. They could clearly see that the box was empty. It's indeed an empty box. The old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Clearly, the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect had probed the box with his divine consciousness out of curiosity. Upon hearing the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect's words, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness toward the box as well. He thought that he would encounter some obstacles, but he didn't expect that he would be unimpeded all the way. He easily found the details of the box. It's indeed empty. Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness told him this. Let me try. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect stepped forward and walked toward the middle-aged man. It's Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Many people recognized the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect as soon as he stepped forward. He's the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect? I saw him outside the Tai celestial sect shop more than 20 days ago. He's indeed the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Since the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect is here, Master Duan must be here as well, right? There he is. That's Master Duan. He's Master Duan? As expected, he's not even 100 years old. A monster. What a monster. After the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was recognized, it did not take long before someone noticed Duan Lingtian. A commotion broke out in the crowd. However, the most eye-catching thing was the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect who had taken the ancient box. Everyone's attention shifted from Duan Lingtian to the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. To be more precise, they were looking at the ancient box in the old ancestor's hand. Can I try it? The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect looked at the owner of the box and asked with narrowed eyes. You said that even an 8-trigram celestial duke can't open it? Yes, Senior Hishan. After learning about the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect hurriedly said, Senior Hishan, I know you're an 8-trigram celestial duke. It's my honor that you're willing to open the box in front of everyone. All right. With the old ancestor's approval, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect gathered his strength and tried to open the ancient box. At the same time, the crowd stared at the box in the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. It was no secret that the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was an 8-trigram celestial duke. Everyone was curious about the box. Would the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, who was an 8-trigram celestial duke, be able to open the ancient box? Boy, there's something good in this box. You must obtain it. When the profound divine metal wakes up, we'll help you open it. Otherwise, only a celestial lord or stronger would be able to open it. As the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect tried to open the ancient box, an old voice rang from Duan Lingtian's body. It's the Chaos Divine Flame's voice. Chapter 2856. Senior, the feedback my divine sense is giving me is that there is nothing in this box. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind again, shocking him greatly. Humph. That's because there are several small formations set up inside the box. Unless one is a celestial emperor or above, they won't be able to see through these formations. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice continued. The feedback you're talking about is nothing more than the illusion created by those few small formations. Once you obtain the item in the box, it'll be equivalent to having 3 life-saving talismans. You must obtain this box. The Chaos Divine Flame continued to say, you must obtain it. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Flame's voice turned slightly sluggish as it said, I'll continue to sleep. I'll wake up in a month's time and wake up the profound divine metal. At that time, the profound divine metal should have enough energy to wake up as well. At that time, I'll join forces with it to help you open the box. Of course, that's only if you can obtain the box. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice finally disappeared. No matter how hard Duan Lingtian tried to call out to it, there was no response. Earlier, the Chaos Divine Flame said that only celestial lords and above can open the box. Only experts at the Immortal Emperor realm and above can see through a few of the formations inside. Everyone, including the old ancestor, used their divine consciousness to probe the box, but they didn't find anything because of the formations. Although Duan Lingtian found the Chaos Divine Flame's words ridiculous, he still chose to believe it. No matter what, the primal Chaos Divine Flame still existed in his body. It was one of his greatest assets. He could refine pills because of the Chaos Divine Flame. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Flame seemed to be in its 3rd form. Its third form was equivalent to a prominent celestial fire, but it was much stronger than a prominent celestial fire. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was more willing to believe the chaos divine flame's words compared to his own divine consciousness. I can't open it. I really can't open it. It seems like this box isn't simple. Even Hishan, an 8-trigram celestial duke, can't open it. Duan Lingtian had just returned to his senses when he heard a burst of whispers. It was a group of onlookers talking in low voices. Upon hearing their words, Duan Lingtian looked at Hishan, old ancestor. Hishan's face was slightly flushed, and the celestial origin energy in his hand surged as he tried to open the ancient box. However, no matter how much the celestial origin energy in Hishan's hand surged out, the box did not budge at all. Clearly, the 8 trigrams immortal monarch was not strong enough to open the box. In fact, based on Hishan's effort, even a 9 palaces celestial duke or a 10 directions celestial duke might not be able to open the box. I can't open this box. In the end, he old ancestor also realized that he did not have the ability to open the box in his hand, so he admitted it. At the same time, Hishan looked at the owner of the box, the old man, and said, "Indeed, this box isn't simple. If we can control its opening and closing, we can use it to store precious items. In that case, it can be considered a treasure as well. However, the problem now is that we can use our divine consciousness to probe the box. There's nothing in it, and the box can't be opened. Therefore, this box isn't very valuable." Hishan, old ancestor, looked at the old man and said, "Senior Hishan, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. This box was obtained from a little world left behind by a celestial lord. My master wouldn't lie to me, and it's impossible for him to lie to me." The old man said solemnly to Tai, old ancestor, "I didn't say you were lying." Hishan shook his head and returned the box to the old man. "I just want to say that this box isn't very valuable. At the very least, those below the Celestial King realm shouldn't be able to open it. If you can't open it, and there's nothing in it, it'll be difficult for you to exchange it for a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability." Hishan said, "Humph, did you hear that?" Senior Hishan said it's impossible for anyone to exchange a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability for a broken box like this. The middle-aged man said. Hishan's words were like hitting a snake with a stick. Upon hearing this, the old man fell silent again. In fact, at this moment, he could not help but waver. Indeed, it was impossible for his master to lie to him. In that case, was it possible that his grandmaster had lied to his master? After all, he had never met his grandmaster and did not know what kind of person his grandmaster was. He could only learn about his grandmaster from his master. Moreover, his master was only a nominal disciple of his grandmaster. He had only stayed by his grandmaster's side for half a month. His master did not know much about his grandmaster's background. This simple and unadorned box was the only thing his grandmaster had left behind for his master when he left. With his divine consciousness, he could see that there was nothing in the box. His master did not think there was anything in the box as well. His master had only thought of the box as a souvenir for his grandmaster. He did not think about the value of the box at all. Now that his master had been killed, he planned to use the box to exchange for a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. Only then would he be able to personally avenge his master. Did my grandmaster really obtain this box from the little world left behind by a celestial lord? At this moment, the old man was filled with doubts. It was also possible that his grandmaster had casually lied to his master in order to show off the preciousness of this box. This old man actually wants to exchange such a useless thing for a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. Isn't he trying to get something for nothing? Public morals are degenerating with each passing day. Does he think we're 3-year-old children who can be easily fooled? Only a fool would exchange a Duke-grade celestial method or a Duke-grade divine ability for this box. I agree. As soon as the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect finished speaking, the onlookers also discovered that there was nothing in the box with their divine consciousness. For this reason, they all thought the old man was a liar. The old man's face flushed red with embarrassment when he heard the whispers. Let's disperse. He's just a liar. There's no need to waste our time on him. Yes, let's disperse. Just as the onlookers were about to leave, a voice rang in the air. What kind of Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability do you intend to exchange the box for? Duan Lingtian stepped forward and asked the old man who was about to leave. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the onlookers who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. Is he planning to exchange a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability for the old man's box? He's not that stupid, right? I don't think he's that stupid. I think he's just trying to see how greedy the old man is. That's right. Perhaps the old man will say he wants to exchange the box for a triple-trait Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. When Duan Lingtian called out to the old man, the onlookers who were about to leave decided to stay and watch the show instead. Huh. Is the woman standing next to the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect the Peerless Beauty? That's right. That's her. It's said that the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect had a conflict with the Tai-E celestial sect because of her. She's really a femme fatale. However, this woman is indeed worthy of being called a peerless beauty. At this moment, the onlookers were no longer in a hurry to look away from Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they noticed Huan who was holding Duan Lingtian's hand. For a moment, all of them who had seen Huan true appearance were in awe of her. Master Duan. Based on the whispers of the onlookers, the old man knew Duan Lingtian was not simple even though he was not even 100 years old. He was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E celestial sect. He was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. I only plan to exchange this box for a single Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. Apart from assist-type Duke-grade celestial methods, I'm fine with anything else. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and replied. Like the onlookers, he did not think Duan Lingtian was interested in the box and wanted to exchange it for a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. However, since Duan Lingtian's identity was not simple, he did not dare to ignore him. Old ancestor. Under the shocked gazes of the onlookers, Duan Lingtian looked at Hishan and asked, I really want this box. I wonder if I can exchange the Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability of the Tai-E celestial sect for this box. I really want this box. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it shocked the group of people present on the scene. Even the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Master Duan, as I said earlier, this box, old ancestor, I really want this box. Hishan was about to repeat what he had said to the old man when Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Duan Lingtian looked at him solemnly, waiting for his reply. This was the first time the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect had seen Duan Lingtian so serious. After a few breaths, the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect finally nodded. Chapter 2857. Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect, felt the old man's ancient box was not worth exchanging a single Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability for. However, seeing how serious Duan Lingtian was about it, he could not refuse Duan Lingtian. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian had obtained an offensive-defensive Duke-grade celestial method and an offensive-defensive Duke-grade divine ability for the Tai-E celestial sect, he would be able to obtain many benefits for the Tai-E celestial sect during the alchemy conference. If Duan Lingtian wanted to share the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability of the Tai-E celestial sect, the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect would not object even if he shared it with everyone present. Thank you, old ancestor. Although Duan Lingtian knew the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect would not refuse him, he could not help but smile when he received the old ancestor's permission. He could use the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability he won from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect to exchange for the ancient box. However, before he completely mastered the celestial method and divine ability, they could only be considered as the sole copy of the celestial method and divine ability, since he could not inscribe them in the memory celestial talisman. On the other hand, The Tai Celestial Sect could take out the 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities at any time. It would not affect the Tai Celestial Sect at all. Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers finally recovered from their shock. When Duan Lingtian asked for the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability from the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, they were shocked. For a moment, they even thought Duan Lingtian had lost his mind. Even the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect said the box was not worth a single Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. However, Duan Lingtian insisted on exchanging it for the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. How could he not be crazy? Does Master Duan know what he's doing? Even if the old man only wants to exchange the box for a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability, is the box really worth it? Even the old ancestor Yuan Shan said that it's not worth it. Yet, Master Duan is still so obstinate. How foolish. I really don't know what he wants to do. Could it be that he believed the old man's words and thought that this box was really obtained from the small world left behind by a celestial emperor? After the crowd regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian again, as if they were looking at a fool, an idiot. Master Duan, Situ Ming, Yang Cheng, and Yu Zhongjing originally wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian, but when they saw the serious expression on Duan Lingtian's face, they immediately shut their mouths. They had known Duan Lingtian for a long time, but this was their first time seeing Duan Lingtian so serious. When they saw the seriousness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, they knew they would not be able to persuade Duan Lingtian, so they did not say anything else. Huan on the other hand, remained silent as she stood next to Duan Lingtian. In Huan opinion, no matter what her brother Lingtian did, he was always right. Even if he was criticized by everyone, she would still believe in him. Taking a step back, Duan Lingtian said, even if her brother Lingtian wanted to share her Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities with others, she would not hesitate to give away all her Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities as long as her brother Lingtian needed them. As long as her brother Lingtian was happy with it, she would be happy. Master Duan, why you're not joking, right? At this moment, even the owner of the quaint box, the old man, looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically. He was afraid Duan Lingtian was joking with him. I'm not joking. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and said, the Tai Celestial Sect has a movement Duke-grade celestial method, an assist-type Duke-grade divine ability, and an offensive-type Duke-grade divine ability. Pick one. Duan Lingtian allowed the old man to choose one of the Tai Celestial Sect's Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. Master Duan, why you're serious? Even at this moment, the old man still felt it was unrealistic. After all, Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, had just criticized his box. Now, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect wanted to trade a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability with him. He was afraid Duan Lingtian was only joking with him. I don't have time to joke with you. Duan Lingtian frowned when faced with the old man's repeated questioning. He said impatiently, are you going to trade or not? Forget it if you don't want to trade. In any case, I'm just curious about your box since even a 10 Directions Celestial Duke wouldn't be able to open it. It's not necessary for me to obtain it. Duan Lingtian grew increasingly impatient as he spoke. The old man's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Trade. Trade. Of course. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man realized Duan Lingtian was not joking. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would go back on his words. Master Duan, I want the assist-type Duke-grade divine ability from the Tai Celestial Sect. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would go back on his words. If that happened, he might not be able to exchange the box for a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. Old ancestor. Duan Lingtian looked at Shan and asked, I don't have a memory celestial talisman for the assist-type Duke-grade divine ability. Do you have one? Before he came to Alchemy City in the Barren Land to participate in the Alchemy Conference, he had obtained a memory celestial talisman for a Duke-grade celestial method and a Duke-grade divine ability from the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect. After all, he had the heaven-grade elementary devouring tactic so he was not in a hurry to comprehend the assist-type Duke-grade divine ability. The strength of an assist-type Duke-grade divine ability was, at most, on par with the elementary devouring tactic. It would take a long time to comprehend an assistive Monarch divine ability to the extreme. By then, he might be able to obtain an assistive Monarch divine ability or even a higher-grade assistive divine ability. For this reason, he had only given the sect leader of the Tai-E Celestial Sect the Memory Celestial Talisman for the movement and offensive divine ability. Yes, He-Shan nodded. At the same time, he took out a Memory Celestial Talisman and passed it to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian took the Memory Celestial Talisman and passed it to the old man without even looking at it. Check it yourself. If there's no problem, pass me the box. I trust Senior He-Shan and Master Duan. When Duanling Tian passed the Memory Celestial Talisman to him, the old man passed the box in his hand to Duanling Tian. At the same time, he took the Memory Celestial Talisman as though it was a precious treasure. After a while, the old man began to check the Memory Celestial Talisman. That's right. Thank you, Master Duan. Thank you, Senior He-Shan. After a few breaths, the old man confirmed the Memory Celestial Talisman contained an assist-type Duke-grade divine ability. He thanked Duanling Tian and the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect. After thanking them, the old man left. However, as soon as he left, a few people followed him. It was obvious these people were coveting the Memory Celestial Talisman that the old man had just obtained. After all, it contained a Duke-grade divine ability. Duanling Tian frowned slightly when he saw this. However, his frown quickly disappeared. Since he dares to exchange for a Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability in front of so many people, he must be confident he'll be able to keep them. Even if he can't keep it, he can only blame himself for being unlucky. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, Duanling Tian had been through a lot in this lifetime. He was already numb to killing people and seizing their treasures. Even if he stepped forward to stop those people, he would only be able to stop them for a short while. Master Duan, let's go. The sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect saw me earlier and greeted me through voice transmission. Let's go over there, the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect said as he looked at Duanling Tian. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the quaint box in Duanling Tian's hand. After all, he had already inspected the box. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was only interested in the box out of curiosity. Willful. This was his opinion of Duanling Tian's behavior. Duanling Tian had used a Duke-grade divine ability to exchange for a worthless box. If this was not willful, then what was? Naturally, he knew Duanling Tian had the ability to act willfully. Although he did not agree with Duanling Tian's decision to exchange a Duke-grade divine ability for the box, he would not reject Duanling Tian's decision even if he had to exchange 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the Tai-E Celestial Sect. In his opinion, Duanling Tian's value was not something 3 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities could compare to. It was not worth upsetting Duanling Tian over such a trivial matter. All right. Duanling Tian nodded when he heard He-Shan's words. Then, he brought Huan Situ Ming, and Situ Ming with him as they followed after the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect. After Duanling Tian and the others left, the onlookers dispersed as well. However, although the group of people dispersed one after another, their mouths did not stop for a moment, and they were still there chattering endlessly. I really don't understand why the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect didn't stop Duanling Tian and let him do as he pleases. That's right. The old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect said the box is worthless, but he still allowed Duanling Tian to do as he pleases. I really don't understand. What's there to be confused about? Don't forget that Master Duan is a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the overarching heaven pill. It's not a big deal for the Tai-E Celestial Sect to give up a Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability just to curry favor with such a celestial alchemist. Half a month ago, Master Duan won a dual-trait Duke-grade celestial method and a dual-trait Duke-grade divine ability from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. If the Tai-E Celestial Sect doesn't want to curry favor with him, Do they still want the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability? Chapter 2858. With Duanling Tian's hearing, it was only natural that he heard the voice of the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. However, he did not mind it at all. He believed the chaos divine flame would not lie to him, and there was no need for it to lie to him. Once you obtain the item in the box, it's equivalent to having 3 life-saving talismans. You must obtain this box. These were the Chaos Divine Flame's exact words. Based on Duan Lingtian's speculation, the Chaos Divine Flame must have been aware of the situation around him and knew he was surrounded by celestial dukes. Under such circumstances, the Chaos Divine Flame still said that obtaining the item in the box was equivalent to having 3 life-saving talismans. This meant that the item in the box might give him 3 chances to not be afraid of celestial dukes. At the very least, he should not be afraid of most celestial dukes. Moreover, according to the primal chaos divine flame, only celestial lords and above can see through the secrets of the box. If that's the case, the item in the box might even pose a threat to celestial kings. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian looked at the quaint box in his hand again. His eyes lit up as he looked forward to the item in the box. Duan Lingtian stared at the quaint box for a while longer before he put it away. "Senior," he shone. At this moment, a familiar voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It brought him back to his senses. When he regained his senses, he saw the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect had gathered with another group of people. The leader of the group of people was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a face full of stubble. He looked unkempt, but his robe was clean as though there was not even a speck of dust on it. However, this unkempt man had gastritis between his eyebrows as he stood there. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. It was not something that could be cultivated overnight. He was the one who greeted the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect. With just a glance, Duanling Tian recognized the person standing in front of him. It was none other than the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect, whom he had met before entering the little world left behind by the celestial king. This was his 3rd time meeting Chai Kongyu. The first time was before he entered the little world. The second time was after he left the little world. This was the 3rd time. Sect leader Chai, long time no see. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect smiled faintly when he heard Chai Kongyu's greeting. "I thought that old man Teng Yun Shan, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial alchemy, is the sect of the alchemy conference of the Tai celestial sect. Tongue of the old ancestor of the Tai sect. He was the father of Teng Qing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, who had a conflict with Duan Lingtian and was killed by Tai He, the current supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect. Due to the incident with Teng Qing, Teng Yun Shan had decided to show himself. Teng Yun Shan had even visited the Tai celestial sect. Duan Lingtian had also met him and could sense his hostility. However, Duan Lingtian did not know why Teng Yun Shan was hostile to him. The old ancestor has recently comprehended something and is in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, I'm the one who's leading the Tai celestial sect. I thought sect leader Bai Ping would be the one leading the Tai celestial sect, Chai Kongyu replied with a smile. When the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect nodded, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. "Master Duan, we meet again." Chai Kongyu greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile. Based on his tone, it was obvious they were very close. Those who did not know better would think he was close to Duan Lingtian. "Sect leader Chai." Duan Lingtian nodded slightly at Chai Kongyu as a form of greeting. "Previously, I was wondering why Master Situ and the others are willing to acknowledge you as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Now, I finally understand," Chai Kongyu exclaimed. "As it turns out, Master Duan, you're a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills. Moreover, you're not even 100 years old." Chai Kongyu said with an envious expression on his face. "I'm really envious of the Tai celestial sect for having a celestial alchemist like you." "You flatter me, sect leader Chai." Duan Lingtian replied humbly. "Master Duan, There's no need to be so humble. Even the two revered alchemists from the martial dragon celestial sect want to get to know you. As Chai Kongyu spoke, he introduced the two revered alchemists to Duan Lingtian. These two men were prominent celestial alchemists of the martial dragon celestial sect. They did not dare to put on airs in front of Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill, even though he was not even 100 years old. While Duan Lingtian was busy dealing with the two revered alchemists from the martial dragon celestial sect, Senior Hishan, sect leader Chai. A woman's voice that Duan Lingtian seemed to have heard somewhere before resonated in the air. For a moment, it attracted Duan Lingtian's attention, causing him to immediately turn around. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a group of people walking toward him. The person in the lead was a green-clad woman, Jin Xiaoluo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the green-clad woman as Jin Xiaoluo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Similar to Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, this was Duan Lingtian's third time meeting Jin Xiaoluo. When Jin Xiaoluo brought her group over to greet Hishan and Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian saw Jin Xiaoluo. Zhou Shuqiu was among the group of people from the 1,000 Feet Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Liu Luo that she want to look for you. She also told you that Bing came to Alchemy City in the Barren Land. When Duan Lingtian saw Zhou Shuqiu also saw Duan Lingtian. She immediately sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Why didn't you look for Bing? Zhou Shuqiu questioned Duan Lingtian when she reached the end of her sentence. In the past, before she learned that Duan Lingtian could refine overarching heaven pills, Zhou Shuqiu would not have thought much of it even if Duan Lingtian did not look for Morong Bing. After all, if Duan Lingtian went to look for Morong Bing, his life would be in danger. After all, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would not let Duan Lingtian off the hook for taking Morong Bing's virginity. However, now that she learned that Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills, she felt that Duan Lingtian was qualified to negotiate with the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In her opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian was willing to join the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect might be willing to help Duan Lingtian and Morong Bing. In response to Zhou Shuqiu's question, Duan Lingtian replied indifferently through voice transmission, I know what I'm doing. There's no need for you to worry, Third Miss Zhou. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian no longer paid any attention to Zhou Shuqiu, who was flushed with anger. Master Duan. At this moment, Jin Xiaoluo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, turned to look at Duan Lingtian. She was much warmer and friendlier than the previous 2 times she had met Duan Lingtian. Similar to Chai Kongyu, Jin Xiaoluo's change in attitude was due to the fact that Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, but he was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. If such a celestial alchemist could obtain a supreme-grade celestial fire in the future, his future would be limitless. If it was not necessary, they would rather befriend such a celestial alchemist than offend him. Sect leader Jin. Duan Lingtian greeted Jin Xiaoluo with a smile. Following that, Jin Xiaoluo introduced the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect to Duan Lingtian. The 3 prominent celestial alchemists behaved themselves in front of Duan Lingtian, just like the 2 prominent celestial alchemists from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. However, Duan Lingtian was surprised to see that there were 2 prominent celestial alchemists among them. Among the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, one of them was an old woman. While Duan Lingtian was busy dealing with the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, at this moment, a condescending voice rang from behind Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? The chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect in the Wasteland? Duan Lingtian was not familiar with this voice. He was certain he had never heard of this voice before. Clearly, this person was a stranger. Moreover, The person's tone was condescending as though he was the second in command. However, Duan Lingtian ignored the person. He paused for a moment before he continued to talk to the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. However, the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect stopped talking to Duan Lingtian. When their eyes landed on the person behind Duan Lingtian, their eyes widened in unison. It was as though they had seen something that struck fear in them. Master Duan, this is the Arhat of the Blissful Sect. One of the prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Arhat. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he asked through voice transmission, "What's that?" He had heard of the Blissful Sect before. It was due to the little world left behind by the celestial king of the Blissful Sect that he was able to have sex with Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, this was his first time hearing about the Arhat. If there's no accident, the Arhat of the Blissful Sect will be the next sect leader of the Blissful Sect. The prominent celestial alchemist from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect replied through voice transmission, "So it's the Arhat of the Blissful Sect. May I know why you're looking for Master Duan?" Chapter 2859. Although Hishan ignored the Arhat from the Blissful Sect, his tone was as indifferent as when he spoke to the young master of the Profound Heaven celestial sect. No matter what, he was the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect. He was the strongest person in the Tai-E celestial sect. Even if a junior was from a sect stronger than the Tai-E celestial sect, he was not qualified to bow to him. The old ancestor of the Blissful Sect was only concerned about the Arhat from the Blissful Sect. After all, the Arhat from the Blissful Sect was the next sect leader of the Blissful Sect. It was only natural for him to show respect to the Arhat from the Blissful Sect. The Arhat from the Blissful Sect was a young monk dressed in a silver kasaya. Apart from the 9 rings on his head, there was also a large cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. The young monk's looks were not bad. If he had normal hair, he could barely be considered a handsome man. However, this young monk's face seemed to be filled with a condescending arrogance at all times, unknowingly keeping others at a distance of 1,000 miles. "You're Hishan, the 8-trigram celestial duke from the Tai-E celestial sect?" As soon as Hishan finished speaking, the Arhat from the Blissful Sect turned to look at Hishan and asked loudly, "What's the matter?" "I'm Hishan." Although Hishan had heard of the Arhat from the Blissful Sect, he had never met him before. Seeing that the other party had called him by his name so rudely, his tone had completely changed. It had become somewhat cold. "It's good that you're here. The Blissful Sect wants Duan Lingtian from the Tai-E celestial sect. You, let him out." The Arhat from the Blissful Sect did not beat around the bush as he said, "Naturally, you can refuse. However, you'll only be humiliating yourself if you refuse. Therefore, you'd better think carefully before you make a decision." When the Arhat of the Blissful Sect finished speaking, he gave Hishan a deep, threatening look. "Ha ha ha." Hishan burst into laughter when he heard the Arhat from the Blissful Sect. Hishan was so angry that he laughed for a long time. "What are you laughing at?" The expression of the Arhat of the Blissful Sect darkened when he saw this. Killing intent flashed in his eyes when he looked at Hishan again. After a long while, Hishan finally stopped laughing. He glanced at the Arhat of the Blissful Sect and said, "You're right. If they hadn't told me that you're the Arhat of the Blissful Sect, I really wouldn't have believed that the Blissful Sect would be so blind as to allow a brat like you to become their Arhat. Although the Tai-E celestial sect isn't as strong as the Blissful Sect, we're still one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. In terms of seniority, you're several generations younger than me. It's one thing for you to not greet me as a junior, but you're actually threatening me? But, do you think I would care about your threats?" Hishan looked at the Arhat of the Blissful Sect disdainfully as a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Of course, he was wary of the Blissful Sect. However, he did not care about a mere bodhisattva. Just as the Arhat of the Blissful Sect was about to lash out at Hishan, the Arhat of the Blissful Sect turned red with anger. A loud and energetic voice rang out, and the tone was filled with doting love. "Fanner, why have you come here alone?" Accompanying the voice was a middle-aged monk with a jade-like complexion and wearing a golden kasaya. There were 5 people following him. Among the 5 people, only one was a monk. The other 4 were dressed in ordinary clothes and had normal hair on their heads. Clearly, these 4 people were prominent celestial alchemists of the blissful sect. As for the elderly monk, he must have a high status in the blissful sect, since he was able to attend the alchemy conference with the blissful sect. Grandmaster. When the group of people from the blissful sect arrived, the arrogance on the Arhat's face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. As he smiled, he took 2 steps forward to welcome the newcomer. After a while, the group of people from the blissful sect walked toward the people from the Tai-E celestial sect, the martial dragon celestial sect, and the thousand spiders celestial sect. "Greetings, Senior Leon, Senior Leon." When the group of people from the blissful sect arrived, the sect leaders of the martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spiders celestial sect immediately bowed and greeted the middle-aged monk. Their tone was even more respectful than when they greeted the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect. "Hishan, you're getting worse and worse. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment for putting on airs in front of a junior?" The middle-aged monk nodded at Jin Shilua and Chai Kongyu as a form of greeting. Then, he looked at Hishan, old ancestor. Senior Leon, Hishan's expression was solemn when he saw the middle-aged monk. However, when he heard the middle-aged monk's greeting, he smiled apologetically and said, "So this Arhat is your grand disciple, Senior Leon, At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had his back facing the group of people from the blissful sect, turned around. He was curious. What kind of person could make Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect, lower his head? Until now, this was his first time seeing someone who could make Hishan lower his head. Whether it was the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect or the Arhat of the blissful sect, Hishan had never lowered his head. When Duan Lingtian turned around, he saw the leader of the group of people from the blissful sect. He was a middle-aged monk with an extraordinary appearance. However, when Duan Lingtian looked into his emotionless eyes, he felt a sense of danger. "Lian? Master Situ has mentioned this name to me before. During the journey from the wasteland to Alchemy City in the Barren region, Duan Lingtian learned a lot about the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions from Situ Ming, including some of the powerhouses in the top sections." "That's right. Isn't Master Situ the strongest person in the 6 southeastern regions who's not a 10-direction celestial duke?" "He's said to be invincible in the 6 southeastern regions who's not a 10-direction celestial duke. He's a powerful 9 palaces celestial duke." A moment later, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind as he recalled everything. Leon was one of the 2 old ancestors of the blissful sect. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. The other old ancestor of the blissful sect was a 10-direction celestial duke. He was the only 10-direction celestial duke in the blissful sect. "Hishan, if I'm not mistaken, you seem to have a problem with the person who chose the Arhat of the blissful sect." "I, Leon, am the one who chose Fan-Er to be the Arhat of the blissful sect. Earlier, did you say I have poor judgment?" "You mean, you have a good eye?" The middle-aged monk from the blissful sect, Leon, who was one of the 2 old ancestors of the blissful sect, said angrily as he approached the people from the Tai-E celestial sect. "Senior Leon, I, Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E celestial sect, was about to say something. Oomph! Accompanied by a cold snort, a powerful chi wave suddenly swept out from Lian's body. Before most people could react, it had already slammed into their bodies. That said, even though this wave of air was extremely powerful and ferocious when it swept out, it strangely turned into a gentle breeze the instant it struck the crowd. It only lightly blew at the ends of the crowd's hair and robes. Based on this, one could see Lian's control over his strength. How powerful! Due to the difference in their cultivation bases, by the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the shockwave had already passed. At this moment, a painful groan resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was covering one of his eyes. "Thank you for showing mercy, Senior Liam." When the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect removed his hand, Duan Lingtian and the others discovered that the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect's left eye was a bloody mess. Based on the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect's words, it was clear that Lian had destroyed his left eye. Although the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was thanking Lian for showing mercy, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the fury in the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect's eyes. What a joke. No one would sincerely thank another person for showing mercy if they lost an eye to another person. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was clearly trying to appease Lian indeed. "I've shown mercy by leaving you an eye," Lian said indifferently. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect said, "From the beginning until the end, it was as though he had done something insignificant. Is this the power of a 9 palaces celestial duke?" When Duan Lingtian saw the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, not daring to say a word, he finally understood how terrifying a 9 palaces celestial duke was. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the reason the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was so cowardly was because Lian was widely acknowledged as the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. Moreover, over the years, there was a saying in the 6 southeastern regions, the next 10 directions celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions would most likely be Lian. This is the power of a powerhouse in a world where only the strong are respected. Although the Tai celestial sect might have powerhouses secretly guarding the sect, as long as they don't cross the line, they won't interfere. Moreover, who's to say the blissful sect doesn't have a hidden powerhouse secretly protecting it? Chapter 2860. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel how insignificant he was. Put aside the top powerhouses in the Devata realm such as celestial emperors and celestial lords, Duan Lingtian was nothing. Duan Lingtian felt so insignificant in front of Lian, the 9 palaces celestial duke, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. With Lian's strength, it would be easy for Lian to kill him. "I'm still too weak. I have to find a way to improve my cultivation base and become a celestial duke as soon as possible," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A sense of crisis rose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he saw Hishan, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, acting as meek as a cat in front of the old ancestor of the blissful sect. After all, Hishan, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was the old ancestor of the blissful sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though his life was no longer in his hands. The people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect, including the sect leaders of the 2 sects, remained silent. Even if the sect leaders of the blissful sect were blinded by Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, they would still have to maintain a smile on their faces, let alone Hishan. In this world where the strong were respected, the weak had no choice but to keep a low profile in front of the strong. "Your Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect?" At the same time, Lian's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again. A smile appeared on his face that was originally tense.
"Yes."
Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he could not help but marvel at how useful his current identity was. He was a prominent celestial alchemist who was able to refine the overarching heaven pill, even though he was not even 100 years old. Even Lian, who was fearless in front of the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, had to smile and be polite to him. "Master Duan, are you interested in joining the blissful sect?" Lian asked with a smile on his face. If Duan Lingtian had not seen Lian's ruthless expression, he would have thought Lian was a friendly and humble person. "Senior Lian," Duan Lingtian replied bluntly, "I won't be able to stay in the 6 southeastern regions for long. After the alchemy conference, I plan to leave the 6 southeastern regions and return to the central area of the southern heaven territory. I've been out for a long time. It's time to go back," Duan Lingtian said. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, not only the old ancestor, but also Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing were all stunned. Only Huan remained calm. Her expression did not change at all because of Duan Lingtian's words. Return to the Central? As expected, Li An's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he asked in surprise, Alchemist Duan, from what you're saying, you're actually from the Central area? Your family is in the Central land? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's a rule in our family that all direct descendants must leave the Central area before they reach the age of 100 to train in the borderlands. They'll only be allowed to return to the family after they've made some achievements there. As for me, I'm preparing to use this alchemy conference to make a name for myself in the borderlands. At that time, I'll be able to return to my clan. I'll return to the family after I return to the family, Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm when he finished speaking. He did not reveal any flaws at all. Naturally, all of this was something he had casually made up. He had fabricated all of this because he wanted to create a fake identity in front of Lian. A fake identity that would make Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, wary. He knew Lian might not believe him. However, as long as he had this fake identity, Lian would have to consider the consequences if he wanted to make a move on him. He believed Lian would not take the risk if it was not necessary. Ancestor, Alchemist Situ, Alchemist Yang, Alchemist Yu. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you about my background in detail, nor did I tell you that I would be leaving the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference. Before Lian could reply, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, Situ Ming, and the others apologetically. Master Duan, as it turns out, you're a disciple of a prominent celestial alchemist in the Central area. I was wondering why there's a prominent celestial alchemist in the borderlands who's not even 100 years old who can refine the overarching heaven pill. Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect, exclaimed before Hishan and the others regained their senses. At the same time, a hint of relief could be seen on his face. Previously, when the Tai celestial sect had a new revered alchemist, he was worried the situation in the wasteland would change. However, it seemed like Duan Lingtian would not change the situation in the wasteland. After all, Duan Lingtian would be leaving the borderlands and returning to the Central area after the alchemy conference. Meanwhile, Jin Xiaoluo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, was relieved as well. After all, they were both top sects in the wasteland. Naturally, she did not want the Tai celestial sect to surpass the Thousand Spiders celestial sect in all aspects. He's from the Central area? At this moment, even Zhou Shuqiu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. This was because previously, although she knew about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and her best friend, Morongbing, she did not know about Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian was from a prominent clan in the Central area? That's right. If he's not from the Central area, how could he become a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old? Moreover, his innate talent in the celestial Tao is extraordinary as well. Back then, only great overarching golden celestials below the age of 100 are allowed to enter the little world. A prominent celestial alchemist who's able to refine the overarching heaven pill and a great overarching golden celestial before the age of 100. Such a monstrous genius is rare even in the central area of the southern heaven territory, right? The more Zhou Shuqiu thought about it, the more shocked she became. What kind of clan could produce such an outstanding junior? Moreover, with such an outstanding junior, that clan would definitely treat him as a treasure, right? There must be a lot of experts hiding in the dark to protect him, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Shuqiu couldn't help but look around for a while. She even felt like she was being watched at this moment. Master Duan is from the central area? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, "May I know which clan you're from, Master Duan?" Many of the ancestors of the blissful sect traveled between the central area and the 6 southeastern regions when they broke through and became celestial kings. For this reason, there are many records about the central area in the blissful sect that were passed down since ancient times, including the records of many forces in the central area. I'm very interested in the scrolls as well, so I've read them all. Perhaps there's a record about the clan you're from. When he reached the end of his sentence, Lian glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew Lian was doubting his words. However, his expression remained unchanged as he replied, I'm from the Crimson Skies Duan clan. The Crimson Skies Duan clan. The reason Duan Lingtian mentioned such a clan was because he had heard from Situ Ming that the clans in the central area were usually called clans. In this life, Duan Lingtian was reborn in the mundane realm. The town he was reborn in was located in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Crimson Sky in the Crimson Skies Duan clan was named after the kingdom. Senior Lian, have you heard of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lian. No. Lian shook his head. Then, he continued to say with a smile, the central area is huge. Although many of the ancestors of the blissful sect have been to the central area, we don't know all the clans in the central area. However, the Crimson Skies Duan clan isn't among the top 10 clans in the central area. Lian said. Naturally, the Crimson Skies Duan clan can't compare to the top 10 clans. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian had heard from Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, about the top 10 clans in the central area. Moreover, they were closely related to the titled celestial lord who ruled the central area. Master Duan, your clan might not be comparable to the top 10 clans, but since you're a prominent celestial alchemist who's able to refine the overarching heaven pill even though you're not even 100 years old, I'm sure your clan must be extraordinary. As Lian spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he probed further. Master Duan, I'm sure your innate talent in the celestial Tao is not bad, right? Lian had intentionally asked this question as well. Up until now, Duan Lingtian was the only one who knew about Duan Lingtian's identity and origin. Nobody knew the truth. Even the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect did not seem to know about Duan Lingtian's origin. Earlier, he had seen through the shocked expressions of Hishan and the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai Yi celestial sect. Senior Lian, not only does Master Duan have a heaven-defying innate talent in alchemy, but his innate talent in the celestial Tao is also extraordinary. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon celestial sect, said, Master Duan is a great overarching golden celestial even though he's not even 100 years old. A great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old? Lian was shocked when he heard Chai Kong use words. Although there were many great overarching golden celestials who were not even 100 years old in the blissful sect, however, those people were all focused on cultivating the celestial Tao. A prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old who could refine the overarching heaven pill was also a great overarching golden celestial? After all, one could not multitask. Chapter 2861. In Lian's opinion, even if a celestial alchemist did not completely abandon his cultivation of the celestial Tao, the time he spent on alchemy would definitely affect his cultivation of the celestial Tao and slow down his progress. Master Duan, you're a great overarching golden celestial? Lian asked in surprise as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although he was a 9 palaces celestial duke, he had long discovered that he could not detect Duan Lingtian's soul with his divine consciousness. Therefore, he could not detect Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. He wasn't surprised by this because there were some methods to conceal one's cultivation that could indeed avoid the detection of most people's divine sense. Great overarching golden celestial? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly in response to Lian's question as he extended his divine consciousness. Along with his divine consciousness, he could also detect the aura of one's soul. Duan Lingtian had intentionally revealed his cultivation base by releasing his soul aura. Therefore, even the profound divine metal could not conceal Duan Lingtian's soul aura. This is a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He's a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Heavens! Is he even human? The people from the 4 major celestial sects also noticed Duan Lingtian's soul aura. They immediately extended their divine consciousness and discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base through Duan Lingtian's soul aura, a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Master Duan is a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial? This, on the Tai Yi celestial sect side, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, Yu Zhongjing, and He Shan were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. In the past, they only knew Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. Moreover, he was not even 100 years old and had a heaven-defying talent in alchemy. As for Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, they had always thought that he was a great overarching golden celestial. At most, he was a profound great overarching golden celestial. But today, as Duan Lingtian released his soul aura, they realized that they were wrong. So wrong. Not only was Master Duan a prominent celestial alchemist younger than 100 years old, but he was also a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He's a profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old. Fortunately, he doesn't plan to stay in the Tai celestial sect for long. Otherwise, the martial dragon celestial sect would have no place in the wasteland in the future. Jin Xiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, and Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect, were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. How is this possible? He's a profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so talented. Apart from his heaven-defying talent in alchemy, his innate talent in the celestial Tao was also heaven-defying. Could it be that he's really from a powerful clan in the central area? Ji Fan thought to himself. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. If he's really from a powerful clan in the central area, and he's even a lineal disciple, how could he lack Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities? Earlier, in order to exchange for a useless box, he had to obtain a Duke-grade divine ability from the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. When he thought of this, the fear in Ji Fan's eyes dissipated. He's not even 100 years old, but he's able to refine the overarching heaven pill. Moreover, he's a profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ji Fan took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian before he said indifferently, "Your innate talent in alchemy and the celestial Tao are indeed amazing. However, this doesn't prove you're from a powerful clan in the central area. If you're from a powerful clan in the central area, why don't you have at least one assistive Duke-grade divine ability? Why would you need to obtain one from the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect?" A mocking smile appeared on Ji Fan's face as he said, "I've already seen through you." Before returning to the clan, the lineal disciples of the Crimson Skies Duan clan can only obtain celestial methods and divine abilities from outside. This is also a tradition of the Crimson Skies Duan clan. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when faced with Ji Fan's mocking smile. Then, he glanced at Ji Fan indifferently and said, "You're the arhat of the blissful sect, right? I don't think you believe I'm from the Crimson Skies Duan clan, right? What does it have to do with me whether you believe me or not?" After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned to Lian and said indifferently, "Senior Lian, it seems like the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect is right. The arhat of the blissful sect isn't qualified." The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect's expression changed slightly upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. After all, it was precisely because he had said something that he shouldn't have that one of his eyes was crippled by Lian. However, Duan Lingtian from the Tai celestial sect had also said something similar. Was he trying to provoke Lian? "I hope Lian won't act rashly before he confirms Duan Lingtian's identity," the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect prayed inwardly. He could imagine this. If Duan Lingtian was really from such a powerful clan, the Tai celestial sect and the blissful sect would be implicated as well. After all, Duan Lingtian was here because of the Tai celestial sect. Situ Ming and the others from the Tai celestial sect, the people from the martial dragon celestial sect, and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect held their breaths as they stared at Lian. Earlier, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect had lost one of his eyes for offending Lian. Now that Duan Lingtian had made the same mistake, would Lian cripple one of Duan Lingtian's eyes as well as Yishan's? Situ Ming and the others from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect were anxious, while the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect were curious. Is he out of his mind? Why would he offend Lian before he can prove his identity? Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian angrily. Clearly, she was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Lian looked at each other calmly. From the beginning until the end, there was no change in Lian's expression at all. In the depths of his calm gaze, there was strong self-confidence. It was this confidence that finally crushed Lian's psychological barrier, causing him to smile awkwardly. Alchemist Duan, you must be joking. Actually, this grand disciple of mine has many redeeming qualities. The people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Lian's reaction. After all, Lian did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian. At the very least, Lian did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian before he could confirm Duan Lingtian's identity. Master Duan, when I first arrived, I heard you exchanged an assist-type Duke-grade divine ability for a box. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian and changed the topic. He asked with a smile, "Can I have a look at the box?" Lian had heard that even He-Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, could not open the box. Moreover, he had used his divine consciousness to check the box. However, he was still curious and wanted to see the box with his own eyes. After all, if even He-Shan could not open the box, it was definitely not an ordinary box. Even if it was empty, it was still worth a look. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. He raised his hand and calmly handed the box to Lian as he said, "Although there's nothing in the box, I'm sure it's not an ordinary box since an 8-trigram Celestial Duke couldn't open it. For this reason, I plan to leave the borderlands and return to the central area after the alchemy conference ends so I can show it to the Celestial Kings in my clan. With their cultivation bases, I'm sure they'll be able to open the box." Duan Lingtian's words were flawless. As it turns out, Master Duan didn't ask for the box out of curiosity. Realization dawned on He-Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and the others when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. What box? Even an 8-trigram Celestial Duke couldn't open the box. The people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had just arrived and were unaware of what had happened. However, after Situ Ming explained the situation to them, they finally understood what had happened. Indeed, there's nothing in the box. At the same time, they extended their divine consciousness to check the box that Lian had just taken from Duan Lingtian. However, they discovered there was nothing in it. Whoosh! After a while, Lian's celestial origin energy trembled before he withdrew it. It was obvious that his control over his celestial origin energy was much better than He-Shan. At this moment, Lian tried his best to open the box in his hand, but the closed part of the box remained motionless. A 10-direction Celestial Duke won't be able to open this box. In fact, I'm certain even an ordinary Celestial King might not be able to open it, Lian said with a sigh as he returned the box to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Lian's words, those who did not see him trying to open the box realized he was unable to open it. As soon as Lian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian took the box from him. Ji-Fan scoffed. How dare you use a Duke-grade divine ability to exchange for an empty box that can't be opened? This kind of thing, as long as it's someone with a little bit of brain, they definitely wouldn't do it. Although Ji-Fan did not mention any names, everyone knew who he was referring to. Arhat, be careful of your words. Chapter 2862. Are you threatening me? Ji-Fan's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As the Arhat of the Blissful Sect, he had never been threatened in such a manner before. You can think of it that way, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As the Arhat of the Blissful Sect and a candidate to be the next sect leader, you should think about the Blissful Sect. Otherwise, not only will you lose your life, but you'll also implicate the Blissful Sect. A hint of coldness flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Moreover, he exuded confidence as well. It was as though he had the backing of a powerful clan in the central area, the Crimson Firmament Duan clan. Ji-Fan's expression changed drastically as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. At this moment, Lian looked at Duan Tian coldly before he said in a deep voice, Master Duan, based on your words, not only are you going to deal with Fan'er, but you're going to deal with the blissful sect as well? Since the blissful sect appointed him as the Arhat, it's only natural that they're prepared to be implicated by him. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all when he saw Lian's cold expression. It was as though he was not afraid of Lian, a 9 palaces celestial duke. Lian stared at Duan Lingtian intently as though he was trying to detect a hint of guilt on Duan Lingtian's face. So long as there was even the slightest trace of a guilty conscience on Duan Lingtian's face, he would immediately kill Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning. However, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. It was as though he would be able to maintain his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Moreover, he exuded a strong sense of confidence. Lian had no choice but to act cautiously. Although Duan Lingtian had never used anything to prove his identity, and he had never heard of the Crimson Sky Duan clan in the central area, it was entirely possible that Duan Lingtian was lying. Even so, before he could confirm that Duan Lingtian was lying, he did not dare to touch Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian was telling the truth, the blissful sect would be in deep trouble. Besides, the conflict between the blissful sect and the Duan Lingtian was not that serious, so it was not worth the risk. Humph! Lian coldly snorted again. He stared deeply at Duan Lingtian before turning his gaze to Ji Fan. Fan'er, let's go. When Ji Fan heard this, he immediately left with Lian. The other members of the blissful sect followed suit. Grandmaster, do you really believe his words? Ji Fan couldn't help but ask as he followed behind Lian. No, I don't. Lian shook his head. I can't completely trust his words, but I can't not trust him either. Before we confirm his identity and background, there's no need for us to take the risk unless the conflict between us has reached a point of no return. As for his identity and background, I'll send a message back to the sect leader and ask him to send someone to investigate it. Even if I have to turn the entire wasteland upside down, I'll find out who he is. If he's really from the Crimson Sky Duan clan in the central area, I'll let it go. If he's not from the Crimson Sky Duan clan and has no background that the blissful sect is wary of, he'll die for sure. He'll die for sure. Lian emphasized these few words especially heavily, and it was mixed with ghastly killing intent. It was clear that he was enraged by Duan Lingtian's threat to Ji Fan. Ji Fan's eyes lit up when he heard Lian's words. I hope you're not lying. Otherwise, you'll die when the blissful sect finds out who you are. Ji Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After the people from the blissful sect left, the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. None of them had expected this. They did not expect the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E Celestial Sect to have such an extraordinary background. Master Duan, I apologize for not knowing your identity earlier. Chai Kongyu and Jianxiu Luo, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, were much more courteous to Duan Lingtian. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's identity. After all, a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old and a profound, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who could refine overarching heaven pills was definitely not someone an ordinary force could nurture. In fact, even the top 10 clans in the central area would have to rely on luck to nurture such a person. Master Duan, Senior Hishan, Sect Leader Jian, I see some familiar faces. I'll go greet them. Chai Kongyu's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, Hishan, the old ancestor of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, and Jianxiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, he led the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect away. When Chai Kongyu greeted Duan Lingtian, he placed Duan Lingtian first. Clearly, he treated Duan Lingtian as someone from a powerful clan in the central area. Sect leader, the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect are here. As soon as Chai Kongyu left, a prominent celestial alchemist from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect looked into the distance and said to Jianxiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Jianxiu Luo followed his gaze and saw a group of people who had just entered the alchemy square. There were 10 people in the group, and all of them were women. The person in the lead was a beautiful woman. Behind her were 3 old women, 2 middle-aged women, 3 young women, and a young girl. The young girl was dressed in green. As soon as she entered the alchemy square, she began to look around. Brother Ling Tian, isn't she the girl I met last time? Huan Er's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It's her. Duan Ling Tian saw the green-clad young girl as well. She was none other than Liu Luo, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She had gone to the Tai Yi celestial sect's residence to see if she was prettier than her senior sister. Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Situ Ming, and Yang Chong recognized Liu Luo as well. It's this young lady again. Yang Chong smiled wryly. After a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the woman next to the green-clad young girl. At this moment, the woman was chatting with the green-clad young girl. She was not looking at Duan Lingtian at all. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, was enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. She was so beautiful that one could not help but have the urge to lift the veil and look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with a veil covering her face. If one removed the veil, one could not help but wonder how devastatingly beautiful she would be. It's her. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the woman. She was none other than Morong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom he had slept with in the past. Morong Bing's current appearance was exactly the same as when he had first met her. Meanwhile, the purple-clad young girl, Morong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who was talking to the green-clad young girl, seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. She turned her head slightly and looked at Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, both of them exchanged glances. Morong Bing's body trembled as though she had been electrocuted. She did not follow the group of people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Third senior sister? Liu Luo, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, noticed something was amiss with Morong Bing. She followed Morong Bing's gaze and saw Duan Lingtian, who was looking at Morong Bing. I was wondering why third senior sister was distracted. As it turns out, it's because of this pretty boy. Humph! What an irresponsible pretty boy. In the past, Liu Luo did not know about the relationship between Morong Bing and Duan Lingtian. Now that she knew about it, she suddenly felt that Duan Lingtian was an unreliable man who was irresponsible to her third senior sister. HM? At this moment, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who was leading the group, noticed that Morong Bing and Liu Luo were not following them. She could not help but ask, Liu Luo, why aren't you following? However, before the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect could finish her sentence, she was attracted by Morong Bing's gaze. This was the first time she had seen such a look in Morong Bing's eyes. She had seen such a look in Morong Bing's eyes before. Morong Bing's twin sister, who was Morong Bing's biological mother, was talking about the man Morong Bing loved. Under normal circumstances, her twin sister would only have such a look in her eyes when she thought about or saw the man. In the next moment, she followed Morong Bing's gaze and looked at Duan Lingtian. It's him. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's expression changed drastically as soon as she saw Duan Lingtian. She had never imagined that she would meet this young man, whom she had only seen in paintings, here. He was also the man she had once sent the elders under her command to kill for tarnishing her niece's chastity. After the elder returned to the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she had told the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect that the young man's name was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. As it turns out, the person who sullied Bing Er's virginity is Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. At this moment, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect saw the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect standing next to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2863. This is bad. When the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent, Zhou Shuqiu's expression changed drastically. It was not difficult for her to figure out what was going on. It was obvious the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had noticed something was amiss from the way her best friend, Morong Bing, looked at Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had most likely learned of Duan Lingtian's name from the elders of the compassionate celestial traveler sect who had been sent to kill Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, before this, even if the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect knew the chief, celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect was also Duan Lingtian, she would not have confused Duan Lingtian with Duan Lingtian. After all, it was impossible for the two of them to be related. However, with the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's intelligence, how could she not have figured out the truth from the way Morong Bing looked at Duan Lingtian and the fact that he was standing next to the people from the Tai celestial sect? Junior Aunt Nangong. Zhou Shuqiu, who was afraid the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect would kill Duan Lingtian, quickly sent a voice transmission to the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She knew very well that once the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect made a move, it would be useless even if Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, was by his side. After all, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a Nine Palaces celestial duke. Although she was slightly weaker than Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, she was still much stronger than Shan. If she wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial traveler sect would not be able to stop her. Zhou Shuqiu's master and Morong Bing's master, Wang Danfeng, had a good relationship. They had traveled together in the past and called each other sisters. Therefore, she addressed Wang Danfeng as junior aunt. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was Wang Danfeng's senior sister. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was slightly distracted when she heard Zhou Shuqiu's voice transmission. The killing intent in his eyes also completely disappeared at this moment. Shuqiu, you're here too? The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect responded with a smile. Junior Uncle Nangong, do you know Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect is the man with Binger? Zhou Shuqiu asked cautiously. You also know about Binger? The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect narrowed her eyes when she heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. Not bad. I don't care if he's from the Tai celestial sect or not. I'll kill him today. When the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect finished speaking, the killing intent in her eyes intensified. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was glaring at Duan Lingtian with killing intent when Zhou Shuqiu sent a voice transmission to stop her. Junior Aunt Nangong, if you don't want to bring disaster to the compassionate celestial traveler sect, it's best that you don't touch him. What do you mean? Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect looked at Zhou Shuqiu suspiciously. Shuqiu, are you trying to scare your junior Uncle Nangong just to protect him? Junior Uncle Nangong, I can lie to you, but my senior sister won't, right? Zhou Shuqiu smiled wryly and replied through voice transmission, you can verify my words with my senior sister or the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Zhou Shuqiu's senior sister was Jin Xiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. After Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, she told the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect everything that happened after the people from the blissful sect arrived. She also emphasized Duan Lingtian's background. Lian from the blissful sect doesn't dare to touch him because he's afraid of breaking the vases. When the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect looked at Duan Lingtian again, the killing intent in her eyes had dissipated and was replaced by fear. She knew who Lian was. Unless Duan Lingtian came from a powerful clan in the central area, there was no way Lian would hesitate to attack him. How did he prove his identity? The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect asked through voice transmission as she looked at Zhou Shuqiu. He didn't prove his identity. Zhou Shuqiu replied. He didn't prove his identity? The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect frowned and said, based on my understanding of Lian, if he didn't prove his identity, Lian wouldn't hesitate to attack him. At the very least, it's impossible for someone from an ordinary sect to have his talent in alchemy and the celestial path, Zhou Shuqiu said. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect said, Celestial path? I know about his talent in alchemy, but what about his celestial path? He's not even 100 years old, and he's focused on alchemy. It's already shocking that he's able to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. The sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect said. He revealed his cultivation base to us earlier. Apart from being a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills, he's also a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Zhou Shuqiu said, a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's eyes widened. She instinctively extended her divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Junior Uncle Nangong has a way to conceal his soul aura. We were able to detect his cultivation base earlier because he intentionally revealed his soul aura. Zhou Shuqiu seemed to know that the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect would probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. At the same time, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's divine consciousness returned empty-handed. While the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was conversing with Zhou Shuqiu through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was also conversing with Morong Bing. After exchanging glances with Duan Lingtian, Morong Bing looked away and beckoned to Liu Luo to follow the others from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, she soon discovered that Duan Lingtian's senior uncle had suddenly stopped. Zhou Shuqiu's senior aunt, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at Zhou Shuqiu. Her expression changed drastically. It was clear she was communicating with Zhou Shuqiu through voice transmission. Long time no see. At the same time, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Morong Bing. However, Morong Bing did not respond to him. When she saw Duan Lingtian took 2 steps forward and was about to walk toward her, her expression under the veil changed completely. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Duan Lingtian to stop him. Don't come any closer. Duan Lingtian instinctively came to a halt when he heard Morong Bing's words. He looked at Morong Bing with a smile and said through voice transmission, You're willing to talk to me now? If you don't want to die, it's best that you don't come any closer. Morong Bing said coldly through voice transmission. Moreover, what happened in the little world left behind by the celestial king from the blissful sect was purely a misunderstanding. I've long forgotten about it. It's destined that we'll never cross paths again. I know you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect now, but I, Morong Bing, still don't like you. For this reason, you should give up. I, Morong Bing, would rather die than be with you. When Morong Bing reached the end of her sentence, the way she looked at Duan Lingtian was cold and distant. It was as though she was looking at a complete stranger. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently as he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Hiss. After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at Morong Bing stubbornly before he said through voice transmission, It doesn't matter if you like me or not. You're still my woman. This is an unchangeable fact. You don't like me now, but one day, I'll make you like me. Of course, before that happens, I'll take you away from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, the 6 southeastern regions, and the borderlands. Duan Lingtian said. After all, what he had said when the people from the blissful sect were present was not entirely false. He had made up his mind. After the alchemy conference ended, he would bring Morong Bing away from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, the borderlands, and the central area. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about Morong Bing's master harming her. The reason why he made such a decision was because he was worried about Morong Bing's safety. Who knew when Morong Bing's master would find out that Morong Bing had lost her virginity and make a move on her? For this reason, he had to bring Morong Bing away as soon as possible. If it were not for Morong Bing, he would have stayed in the 6 southeastern regions for a while longer until his strength had improved. Unfortunately, Morong Bing might be in danger at any time. He could not afford to wait. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bing's body trembled slightly. She was slightly touched. She knew her best friend, Zhou Shuqiu, had told Duan Lingtian about her. Therefore, she knew why Duan Lingtian wanted to bring her away. However, the more touched she was, the more she did not want to burden Duan Lingtian. She alone was more than enough to shoulder the burden. I won't leave. Bing took a deep breath to suppress her emotions. Then, she said coldly through voice transmission, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is my home. Even if I die, I'll stay in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Don't come any closer. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll die in front of you. Bing's expression changed again when she saw Duan Lingtian was about to take another step forward. She hastily transmitted her voice to him. Bing's tone was filled with determination. It was impossible for anyone to doubt her words. I won't go over. Don't do anything rash. Upon hearing Bing's determination, Duan Lingtian was certain Bing was capable of doing what she said. He quickly stopped moving and sent her a voice transmission to comfort her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was glaring at him with killing intent. Could it be that the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Nangong Xiu, already knows I'm the man who had a one-night stand with Bing? Duan Lingtian had heard the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was called Nangong Xiu. Chapter 2864. After all, she was the one who sent the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to hunt me down. Not only has she seen me, but she even knows my name. It's not difficult for her to draw a portrait of me since she's seen me. With this in mind, and the way Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, looked at him, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that Nangong Xiu had recognized him. Earlier, the killing intent in her eyes was at its peak. However, after she looked at Zhou Shuqiu for a while, the killing intent in her eyes lessened. I think Zhou Shuqiu must have told her about what happened earlier. Since Lin, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, doesn't dare to make a move on me, I'm sure she won't dare to make a move on me as well. As the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she won't dare to make a move on me unless she's certain of my identity. After all, if she finds out that I'm from a powerful clan in the central area, she'll bring disaster to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that Nangong Xiu had spoken to Zhou Shuqiu earlier. Brother Lingtian, is she the sister Bing you mentioned to me before? At this moment, a voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Huan Er.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he followed Huan Er's gaze and looked at Bing. However, Bing avoided Huan Er's gaze. I have to find a way to convince her to leave with me. The alchemy conference is a great opportunity. If I miss it, it'll be difficult to find another opportunity like this. Duan Lingtian made up his mind as he looked at Bing. Junior Uncle Hishan, long time no see. Meanwhile, under the lead of Nangong Xiu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, approached the people from the Tai Yi Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. In terms of seniority, she had to address Hishan as junior uncle. Little Xiu, we haven't seen each other since you became the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, right? Hishan, the old ancestor, sighed as he looked at Nangong Xiu. He still remembered that the last time he saw Nangong Xiu was many years ago. At that time, Nangong was still not the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She shows at that time. In just a blink of an eye, not only had Nangong Xiu's cultivation base surpassed his, but she had even become the new sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Yes, it's been a few years. How has Master Hishan been all these years? Nangong Xiu smiled. Her master had some friendship with Tai Old Ancestor. Although they weren't close, they were still friends, so she gave him enough face. It should be noted that with her current cultivation and status, even if she did not take the initiative to greet Hishan, Hishan would still take the initiative to greet her out of courtesy. After all, Celestial sect, after all, still the same. The old ancestor did not dare to be negligent. The reason for that was because he knew that with Nangong Xiu's current status, the fact that she took the initiative to greet him and even addressed him as martial uncle was already giving him enough face. After all, although he was acquainted with Nangong Xiu's master, they were merely acquaintances. Even if Nangong Xiu did not show him respect, he would not mind at all. However, since Nangong Xiu had shown him respect, he had to treat her seriously. Junior Uncle Nangong. Jianxiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, took the initiative to greet Nangong Xiu. Just like Zhou Shuqiu, she addressed Nangong Xiu as Junior Uncle. Upon hearing Jianxiu Luo's greeting, Nangong Xiu nodded at the old ancestor before she shifted her gaze to Jianxiu Luo. Xiu Luo, it has been 30 years since we last met. The last time we met was during the alchemy conference, right? Nangong Xiu said with a smile. That's right. 30 years have passed in just a blink of an eye. However, even after 30 years, Junior Uncle Nangong is still as impressive as ever. Jianxiu Luo said with a smile. The two sect leaders exchanged pleasantries for a long time. After exchanging pleasantries, Nangong Xiu finally shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian and asked with a faint smile on her face. This must be Master Duan, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect, right? Duan Lingtian's lips curled up into a sneer when he heard Nangong Xiu's question. Sect leader Nangong, I'm sure you've already guessed that I'm the person you sent your men to hunt down, right? Nangong Xiu had already guessed that Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect, was the same person she had sent her men to hunt down. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would admit it. She was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. On the other hand, Morong Bing's expression changed drastically. Why did you bring this up? Are you seeking death? Morong Bing asked Duan Lingtian anxiously through voice transmission. It was obvious she was worried about Duan Lingtian. She recognized me. If she wasn't your best friend, she would have attacked me long ago. Duan Lingtian replied to Morong Bing through voice transmission. At the same time, a bright smile appeared on his face as he looked at Morong Bing. Are you worried about me? I'm not. Morong Bing's face flushed red under the veil as she looked at Zhou Shuqiu and sent a voice transmission to Zhou Shuqiu. Hunt down? Sect leader Nangong of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect sent people to hunt down Master Duan? Is this true? With Master Duan's background, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect still dares to send people to hunt him down? Isn't she afraid the Duan clan of the Crimson Firmament would destroy the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect in a fit of rage? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Even He Shan and the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect were stunned. They did not expect this. They did not expect the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect to have such a conflict with Duan Lingtian. Humph. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Duan Lingtian and Nangong. Duan Lingtian looked at Nangong and scoffed. He continued to say, if it weren't for Morong Bing, I wouldn't have stopped the people from the Crimson Firmament from killing that Celestial Duke Elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. You should know that I wasted a Shadow Void escaping talisman when I stopped them from killing that old woman. Duan Lingtian looked at the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect coldly as soon as he finished speaking. His eyes were calm and fearless. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, Nangong's expression changed drastically. Previously, when Zhou Shuqiu had told her about Duan Lingtian's background, she had thought to herself, Duan Lingtian must be from the Central Plains. If Duan Lingtian was really from a powerful clan in the central area, then even if he came to the borderlands to train, there would definitely be many powerhouses hiding around him to protect him in the dark. If that was the case, why did Duan Lingtian flee when she had sent someone to kill Duan Lingtian? If he had such a powerful background, there must be a powerhouse protecting him in the dark. That powerhouse would definitely make a move when he saw someone trying to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian's words cleared up the doubts in her heart. What he said isn't impossible. In this way, it can also explain why a person like him who lives in such a remote place would possess a shadow escaping void talisman inscribed by a celestial king. Nangong thought to herself, if that's the case, I'll have to thank you for showing mercy, Master Duan, Nangong said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, she began to study Duan Lingtian and nodded inwardly as she thought to herself, he's quite talented. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills. Moreover, he's also a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Regardless of whether he has such a powerful background or not, he's worthy of being although, other than Nangong Shou herself, no one knew about her relationship with Morong Bing. No one knew that Morong Bing was her twin sister's biological daughter. However, she still considered herself as Morong Bing's aunt. If she really could not kill Duan Lingtian, she still hoped that her niece would be able to find happiness. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Morong Bing. His eyes that were filled with hostility toward Nangong were filled with gentleness at this moment. At this moment, Morong Bing had also learned about what had happened from her best friend, Zhou Shuqiu. When she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her, she could not help but avert her gaze. Are you really from one of the major clans in the central area? Although she was avoiding Duan Lingtian's gaze, she could not help but ask through voice transmission. Morong Bing clearly remembered when she first met the purple-clad young man. He was pitifully weak. However, it had only been a few years since then, and he had already broken through and become a profound, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. She could not help but feel shocked. Most importantly, he was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already achieved so much. Such a person was as rare as a phoenix's feather and a cheelin's horn in the southern heaven territory. If I tell you I am, will you come with me? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission as his eyes flashed. I'll have to ask my master, Morong Bing replied through voice transmission with her head lowered. When Duan Lingtian and Morong Bing first met, Morong Bing had been condescending. Currently, Duan Lingtian had grown to the point where he could look at Morong Bing as an equal. In fact, he could even look down on her from above. Although his current cultivation base was still inferior to Morong Bing's, he was still a celestial alchemist. However, he had another identity. He was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine overarching heaven pills. Even Morong Bing had to look up to someone like him. Your master? Upon hearing Morong Bing's words, Duan Lingtian frowned and asked in a deep voice, what if she insists that you apologize with your life? Then, I'll apologize with my life. Chapter 2865. You're stupidly filial. Duan Lingtian sighed helplessly when he heard Morong Bing's reply. He did not answer her question about whether he was from a powerful clan in the central area. On one hand, he did not want to lie to Morong Bing. On the other hand, he did not want to tell her that he was not from a powerful clan in the central area. After all, if he told her the truth, Morong Bing would no longer have any hope that they would be together. Although Morong Bing was still cold to him, it was not a big deal. However, it was not difficult for him to see Morong Bing's concern for him. In the past, he had only learned about Morong Bing's concern from Zhou Shuqiu. However, at this moment, he could clearly feel Morong Bing's concern for him. It seemed like this woman was not completely unmoved by him. Gigolo. At this moment, a familiar voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he heard this, his eyes shifted to the green figure next to Morong Bing. The owner of this green figure was a young girl in green clothes. She was Liu Luo, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and Morong Bing's junior sister. If you're a man, you should be responsible for my third senior sister. Take her away from the 6 southeastern regions and return to your clan in the central area. If you don't take her away, I'm afraid we won't be able to hide the fact that she has lost her virginity from our master for long after we return to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Liu Luo's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Her tone was particularly solemn. Based on our master's temper, if she finds out that third senior sister has lost her virginity and has no chance of becoming the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she'll definitely execute her. A long time ago, another senior sister of mine died at the hands of my master because of the same thing. Liu Luo's voice trembled when she spoke. It was clear she was very worried about Morong Bing's safety. Ever since she was young, she had spent more time with her third senior sister, Morong Bing, than she had spent with her master. Therefore, to a certain extent, she had long since regarded her third senior sister as her own sister, so she naturally did not wish for anything to happen to her third senior sister. If you're willing to take third senior sister away, not only will I stop calling you gigolo, I can even call you brother-in-law. As Luluwa spoke, there was a hint of compromise in her tone. It was a compromise with Duan Lingtian. If your third senior sister knew that you cared about her so much, she would definitely be very happy. Although Lulua's words were somewhat childish, Duan Lingtian knew that her words came from the bottom of her heart. She really did want the best for her third senior sister. I just told her that I wanted to take her away, but she wasn't willing. She said that she had to ask her master. If her master doesn't want her to leave, then she won't leave. If her master wants her to die as an apology for what happened between her and me, then she will die as an apology. Duan Lingtian had already guessed it when Lu Luo told him that he should be responsible for Morong Bing. Lu Luo must have found out about what happened between him and Morong Bing. Furthermore, he was certain that Lu Luo hadn't known about this matter the last time he saw her. She should have only learned about it recently. Lu Luo fell silent when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. A hint of helplessness could be seen on her face when she shifted her gaze from Duan Lingtian to Morong Bing, who was standing next to him. Indeed, this was how her third senior sister was like. Xiao Luo. After a while, Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, called out to Jin Xiao Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Soon after, the two of them led the people from the two sects away, leaving only the people from the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Master Duan, did Nangong Xiao really send someone to kill you? After the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect left, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect asked Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on their faces. It was obvious they wanted to know the truth as well. Did Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, really send someone to kill Master Duan? If he really did send someone to kill Alchemist Duan, what was the reason?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Why? The old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect asked again. Because with me around, Morong Bing won't be able to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Duan Lingtian said bluntly as he looked at the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect who had arrived at the other side of the Alchemy Square. With you around, Morong Bing won't be able to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old ancestor was stunned for a moment. He could not help but ask, why? It had been a long time since Tai old ancestor had left his home. However, this didn't affect his understanding of the situation in the 6 southeastern regions and some of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. This included the fact that Morong Bing was a popular candidate to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The first ancestor of the Tai Yi sect had even heard that the first ancestor of the Tai Yi sect, more than 90% of the high-ranking officials in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, wanted Morong Bing to be the next sect leader. It was almost certain that Morong Bing would become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. And now, Duan Lingtian said with him around, it was impossible for Morong Bing to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. For a moment, he was unable to react. Because Morong Bing is my woman, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect can't have a man. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people from the Tai Yi Celestial sect were stunned. They instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Huan Er's expression was calm, as though she did not care that Duan Lingtian had a woman like Morong Bing. So, she thinks Morong Bing will have no choice but to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect after killing you? At this moment, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect did not think Duan Lingtian and Morong Bing had already slept together. He thought Morong Bing and Duan Lingtian had made a promise to each other. As long as Duan Lingtian was still alive, Murong would not become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian remained silent in response to the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect's question. What could he say? He could not possibly tell the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect that Murong would not become the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, regardless of whether Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, had sent someone to kill him. However, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect took Duan Lingtian's silence as a tacit agreement. The people from the Alliance of Celestial Masters are here. All of a sudden, Situ Ming exclaimed in surprise when he saw the stone platform in the center of the Alchemy Plaza. Duan Lingtian and the others turned to look at the stone platform in unison. 8 figures, divided into 4 groups, descended from the sky one after another. The first group to land on the stone platform was a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man was dressed like a scholar. He held a folding fan in his hand, and his face was as fair as jade. One could tell he was a handsome man when he was young. As for the old man, his eyes were cloudy, and his face was expressionless. His gray robe was ordinary, and he looked no different from an ordinary old man. However, as soon as he appeared, many people gathered around the stone platform and bowed respectfully at him. Alchemist Ku. Alchemist Ku. Most of the people who gathered around the stone platform were prominent celestial alchemists from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Lingtian even saw a few familiar figures among the crowd. The prominent celestial alchemists Duan Lingtian recognized were the prominent celestial alchemists from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. After leaving the stone platform, they went to the side closest to the stone platform. When the old man appeared, they immediately bowed and greeted him. The gray-clad old man is called Ku Xian. He's a supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Although he's only a supreme celestial alchemist, there are only a few supreme celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions. His status in the Alliance of Celestial Masters and the 6 southeastern regions is extremely high. As Duan Lingtian looked at the gray-clad old man, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. The middle-aged man who's with him is a 9 Palaces celestial duke. Not many people know his name. Usually, Master Ku addresses him as Little He. So many people think his surname is He, Duan Lingtian explained. When the other 3 groups of people landed on the stone platform, Duan Lingtian heard the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect's voice again. Each of the other 3 groups of people had a supreme celestial alchemist as well. They were all supreme celestial alchemists, the weakest among the supreme celestial alchemists. They were accompanied by people who were there to protect them. It was worth mentioning that one of the supreme-grade celestial alchemists had a pair of twins who looked identical to him. The twin brother of the supreme celestial alchemist was a 10-direction celestial duke, Master Zhong. Master Zhong. In the beginning, some of the prominent celestial alchemists took the initiative to greet the supreme celestial alchemist. However, in just a blink of an eye, their voices were drowned out by a wave of voices. Lord Zhongqi. Lord Zhongqi. Now, in front of the stone platform, most of the people were bowing to the younger twin, the middle-aged man. This was because he was a 10-direction celestial duke. A 10-direction celestial duke was the strongest existence in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Zhongshang, Zhongqi. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on the middle-aged twin brothers. He had heard their names from the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial alchemist. The elder brother was a supreme celestial alchemist, Zhongshang. Chapter 2866. There were 4 supreme celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. All of them were supreme celestial alchemists. They were accompanied by 3 9 Palaces celestial dukes and a 10-direction celestial duke. In the huge alchemy plaza, the 8 chairs on the stone platform at the center of the plaza were prepared for them. They were the guests here, and they were also the people invited by the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions to host the alchemy conference. Master Duan, let's go and greet the celestial masters from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, said to Duan Lingtian before he led the way to the stone platform in the distance. Duan Lingtian, Situ Ming, and the others followed after him. From the beginning until the end, Huan stayed by Duan Lingtian's side. However, at this moment, her eyes were not only on Duan Lingtian, but also on the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Her eyes landed on a veiled woman, standing among the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It was none other than Morongbing. A hint of envy could be seen in the depths of Huan Er's eyes when she looked at Morongbing. Duan Lingtian had told Huan Er about Morongbing. For this reason, Huan Er was very envious of Morongbing. After all, Brother Lingtian had acknowledged Morongbing as his woman. Although Huan Er was always by Brother Lingtian's side, she could clearly feel that Brother Lingtian was avoiding her. Her big brother Lingtian had intentionally avoided her feelings for him, and to a certain extent, he merely treated her as a younger sister. This was not what she wanted. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of Huan Er's thoughts. Huan Er was no longer confused about the matters between men and women. In fact, she had already fallen in love with Brother Lingtian. Master Zhong, Master Ke. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the stone platform, many people from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions who had also arrived at the alchemy square gathered around and greeted the 4 supreme celestial alchemists. After the greetings, they dispersed one after another, followed by another group of people. Of course, there were still some people from the top sects who had not arrived yet. For example, the people from the profound heaven celestial sect, the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, had yet to arrive. What a beautiful woman! She's the legendary beauty of the Tai celestial sect. Without her veil or hat, she was the center of attention no matter where she went. If it were not for the fact that she was a member of the Tai celestial sect, many hot-blooded men would have snatched her away. Third senior sister, in my eyes, you're the most beautiful. I don't think she's as pretty as you, Liu Luo said to Morongbing from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Morongbing smiled faintly when she heard Liu Luo's words. Liu Luo, when did you learn how to lie? Miss Huan Er's beauty is unparalleled. I can't compare to her at all. I know my place. She glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Huan Er, and thought to herself, with such a peerless beauty by his side, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to forget about me. Morongbing murmured in her heart. She felt a little sour in her heart. In the past, before she met this man, she missed him dearly. She was worried about his safety. After seeing this man again, and especially after seeing such a peerless beauty by his side, she realized that unknowingly, she had already fallen deeply in love with him. At this moment, the people from the profound heaven celestial sect are here. It's the people from the profound heaven celestial sect. Following the exclamations, the gazes of the crowd in the alchemy square immediately fell on the group of people who had just entered the alchemy square. The group of people who had just entered the alchemy square was led by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance, but he had a dignified air about him. When Duan Lingtian first laid eyes on the middle-aged man, he noticed that there was a sense of familiarity between his brows. After pondering for a moment, he realized why he had such a feeling. He must be Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. Duan Lingtian could tell the middle-aged man was similar to Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Many people recognized the group of people from the profound heaven celestial sect. As the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out who the middle-aged man was. The middle-aged man was none other than Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect seems to be a 9 palaces celestial duke as well. Previously, He Shan had told Duan Lingtian that the strongest people in the profound heaven celestial sect were the 3 Ten Directions celestial dukes. The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect was one of the 9 palaces celestial dukes. Master Duan, he's Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. He Shan's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The green-clad old man behind him is one of the four great guardians of the profound heaven celestial sect, the Azure Dragon Guardian. Similar to him, he's also a 9 palaces celestial duke. Upon hearing Hishan's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the green-clad old man standing behind Bai Wuji. Hishan had told him about the profound heaven celestial sect. Apart from the 3 supreme elders who were 10 direction celestial dukes, the profound heaven celestial sect also had 4 great guardians who were 9 palaces celestial dukes like the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. The 4 great guardians of the profound heaven celestial sect were the Azure Dragon Guardian, the White Tiger Guardian, the Vermilion Bird Guardian, and the Black Tortoise Guardian. Based on Hishan's words, it seemed like the Azure Dragon Guardian, one of the 4 great guardians of the profound heaven celestial sect, had come with Bai Wuji. He's the Azure Dragon Guardian of the profound heaven celestial sect? As soon as Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the green-robed old man, the green-robed old man immediately looked back at him. The gaze in the green-robed old man's cloudy eyes was extremely sharp. It was as sharp as a blade, forcing Duan Ling Tian to look away immediately. What a terrifying gaze! Duan Ling Tian shuddered inwardly. This was the first time he felt how terrifying a 9 palaces celestial duke was. Just a gaze from the green-clad old man was enough to cause his heart to skip a beat. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the people from the profound heaven celestial sect, led by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, to the stone platform in the middle of the alchemy square. As the people from the profound heaven celestial sect approached the stone platform, the 8 people on the stone platform walked down to greet the people from the profound heaven celestial sect. Previously, when the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect and the blissful sect approached them, the 8 people on the stone platform did not walk down. Instead, they stood on the stone platform and greeted the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect and the blissful sect. However, now that they were facing the people from the profound heaven celestial sect, they walked down the stone platform. Based on this, it was clear that the profound heaven celestial sect's position in the hearts of the 8 people was much higher than the compassionate celestial traveler sect and the blissful sect. While the people from the profound heaven celestial sect and the 8 people from the profound heaven celestial sect were exchanging pleasantries, at this moment, an anxious voice that sounded a little dispirited rang from outside. Sect leader. Sect leader. Although the voice sounded a little dispirited, it was still loud and clear in the alchemy square that had fallen silent due to the arrival of the people from the profound heaven celestial sect. A moment later, under the gazes of the crowd, a young man covered in blood limped into the alchemy plaza. His face was covered in blood, and he began to look around the moment he entered the alchemy plaza. Little 6, a middle-aged man dressed in a silver robe among the people from the profound heaven celestial sect, cried out in alarm when he saw the newcomer. The reason for that was because the young man covered in blood was his personal disciple. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, frowned as his expression darkened. The young man was the direct disciple of the second elder of the profound heaven celestial sect. His innate talent was so high that he was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation in the profound heaven celestial sect. Master! Hearing the silver-robed middle-aged man's exclamation, the young man looked over and dashed forward. However, he did not go to the silver-robed middle-aged man's side. Instead, he went straight to Bai Wuji. Thud. In the next moment, the young man fell to his knees in front of Bai Wuji. His expression was one of grief. He opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but he could not bring himself to do so. Little 6th, what are you doing? Bai Wuji asked with a frown on his face. Little 6th? The silver-clad middle-aged man's expression changed as well. He could not help but feel anxious when he saw this. He knew his disciple very well. If something had not happened, his disciple would not have acted in such a manner. He immediately had an ominous feeling in his heart. Sect leader, Senior Brother Yuxian. Senior Brother Yuxian. The young man finally spoke, but his voice was trembling. He could not finish his sentence even after a long time. Xianer? What happened to Xianer? Bai Wuji's expression changed drastically when he saw the young man's reaction. He raised his hand and took out a soul pearl. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the soul pearl was unharmed. However, his expression changed again soon after. The reason for that was because he discovered that the soul pearl in his hand that originally contained his son by Yuxuan's soul energy had already dissipated. There was nothing left of the soul energy. Under such circumstances, the soul pearl could no longer tell him if his son was dead or alive. Senior brother Yuxian, he was killed. Chapter 2867. A soul orb could store a person's soul energy and reflect that person's life and death. However, there was a limit to how long the soul power could be stored in the soul orb. Once the time was up, the soul energy within the soul bead would completely dissipate. At that time, the soul bead would lose the ability to reflect the life and death of the owner of the soul energy. At this time, soul force had to be injected into the soul orb again so that the soul orb could continue to reflect the life and death of the owner of the soul force. Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, calculated the time in his mind. Half a month ago happened to be the time when the soul power in his son's soul bead dissipated. Senior brother Yuxuan, he was killed. Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, killed senior brother Yuxian. The moment the young man's voice rang out, it caused Bai Wuji's expression to change drastically. At the same time, it also spread to the alchemy square, which had fallen silent for a moment. Everyone in the alchemy square heard the young man's voice clearly. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard the young man's words. He instinctively turned to look at Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. However, after a moment of shock, his expression changed again. Shua, 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 shua. The people in the alchemy square were stunned when they heard the young man's words. All of them turned to look at the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect. It was none other than the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Senior brother Yuxian is the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect by Yuxian, right? Shan from the Tai Yi celestial sect killed him? Is this Shan crazy? Bai Yuxian is the only son of the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. Why did Shan kill Bai Yuxian? Is it because of the conflict between Bai Yuxian and the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect a month ago? It's possible. But why did he leave Bai Yuxuan alive after killing him? Aren't you digging a hole for yourself? Look at that youth's sorry state, covered in blood. It's obvious that he escaped death. Also, did you see that? There was a hole in his chest, where his heart was, but he wasn't dead. Obviously, his heart is partial. Perhaps that's why he was able to escape this calamity. In the alchemy square, many people who were looking at the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect discussed among themselves. As he spoke, he looked at Shan as though he was looking at a dead man. Shan. Meanwhile, Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, looked at Shan and said angrily, "You're the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect." Boom! As soon as Bai Wu Ji finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body without warning. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from his original spot. One could vaguely see an afterimage gradually dissipating. At the same time, a huge crater appeared where he had been standing before. Countless cracks appeared around the crater, spreading in all directions. From afar, it looked like a huge spider web. The other people from the profound heaven celestial sect could only hover in the air. The ground they were standing on earlier had collapsed due to Bai Wu Ji's celestial origin energy. Bang! As soon as Bai Wu Ji's afterimage disappeared from his original spot, another loud explosion rang in the air, attracting the attention of everyone present. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bai Wu Ji stood where Shan had been standing before. On the other hand, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect had been sent flying. The ground where Bai Wu Ji stood, with his feet as the center, was covered in terrifying cracks that intertwined into a huge spider web. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect was sent flying into the stone platform in the middle of the alchemy square. Barf! Shan, whose aura had completely withered, opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. His blood stained the ground, dazzling and eye-catching. Sect. Sect leader by I. I didn't kill your son. After a while, old ancestor regained his breath and stared coldly at Bai Wuji. It was not surprising that Bai Wuji would seek revenge if he had killed Bai Yuxian. However, the problem was, Shan did not kill Bai Yuxian at all. Shan, you didn't expect this, right? My heart was born slanted. Do you think that no one will know that you, Shan, killed senior brother Yuxuan and me? When the old ancestor of the Tai Yi sect spoke, the young man covered in blood looked coldly at Shan. His eyes were filled with cold hatred. The heavens have eyes and allowed me to live. Unfortunately, senior brother Yuxian wasn't as lucky as me and died in your hands. When the young man reached the end of his sentence, he pointed at Shan. His entire body was trembling violently due to his emotions. Who are you? Why are you slandering me? Shan asked in a deep voice as he looked at the young man coldly. Shan. At the same time, Bai Wuji moved closer to Shan and stared at him coldly. A month ago, the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect had a conflict with my son. My son was in the wrong. Even when he asked me to stand up for him, I ignored him. Bai Wuji glared at Shan and said coldly, I, Bai Wuji, have shown enough respect to the Tai Yi celestial sect. However, you killed my son. An eye for an eye. If you don't die today, I won't be able to face my son in heaven. As soon as Bai Wuji finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Shan. Sect leader Bai, I said I didn't kill. Shan was about to defend himself when Bai Wuji made a move at lightning speed. Shan hastily closed his mouth and raised his hand to block Bai Wuji's attack. Fast. They're too fast. Bai Wuji and Shan's attacks were so fast that only a few people present on the scene could see what was going on. At the very least, Duan Lingtian did not manage to see anything. However, even though he couldn't see it clearly, he could tell that the two of them were exchanging blows with great momentum, as if 10,000 horses were galloping boom, 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 boom. Powerful shockwaves swept out and slammed into the crowd, causing their robes to flutter noisily. A bottomless pit had appeared on the ground of the Alchemy Plaza where the two of them had clashed. The huge pit was so huge that it even extended to half of the stone platform and sucked in half of the stone platform. Half of the 8 seats on the stone platform were destroyed. The other half of the seats were sent flying as well. Something's amiss. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel that something was amiss when Shan, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, said the young man had killed Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. He did not know if Shan was the one who killed Bai Yuxian or not. After all, Shan was not always with him. However, based on Shan's reaction, it did not seem like Shan was the one who killed Bai Yuxian. If Shan was the one who killed Bai Yuxian, he would have killed Bai Yuxian as soon as he saw the young man. If Shan killed the young man, no one would dare to say Shan was the one who killed Bai Yuxian. No matter how angry the profound heaven celestial sect was, it was impossible for them to kill Shan over a disciple from the profound heaven celestial sect. After all, Shan was the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect. Although one had to pay with one's life for killing someone, in this world where the strong were respected, there were other ways to resolve the matter. However, if news of Shan killing Bai Yuxian was exposed, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, would have a reason to kill him. After all, Bai Yuxian was Bai Wuji's son. Under such circumstances, even if Shan was killed, the Tai Yi celestial sect could only suffer in silence. Moreover, as long as the profound heaven celestial sect did not do anything to the Tai Yi celestial sect, even the reclusive celestial kings of the Tai Yi celestial sect would not be able to avenge Shan. After all, Shan was the one who was in the wrong. It was only right to pay with one's life. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was 90% certain Shan was the one who killed Shan. Shan was certain Shan did not kill Bai Yuxian. As Bai Yuxian's biological father, Bai Wuji must have Bai Yuxian's soul pearl in his possession. Since Bai Wuji is acting so crazily, It's likely that Bai Wuji's soul orb in his hand is truly shattered. When Duan Ling Tian saw Bai Wuji's madness, he could faintly guess Bai Yuxian's soul pearl in Bai Wuji's hand had shattered. Bai Yuxian was most likely dead. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Bai Yuxian's soul pearl to be dead. Bai Yuxian's soul pearl was still intact. However, since the soul energy in Bai Yuxian's soul pearl had expired, Bai Wuji did not know if Bai Yuxian was still alive or not. At this moment, the direct disciple of the second elder of the profound heaven celestial sect, who was severely injured, had accused He Shan of killing Bai Yuxian. Bai Wuji was so angry that he had lost his rationality. It did not even cross his mind that the direct disciple of the second elder of the profound heaven celestial sect was lying to him. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He had to kill He Shan and make him pay for his son's death. Bang! The battle lasted for more than 10 breaths before it finally ended with blood splattering everywhere. Bai Wuji, I didn't kill your son. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect's voice rang in the ears of everyone in the alchemy square. Bai Wuji's figure reappeared in front of everyone in the area where the blood mist was drifting in the air. Chapter 2868. It's the old ancestor's spatial ring. The old ancestor. The old ancestor. He's dead? Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, who were standing near Duan Ling Tian, were horrified when they saw the spatial ring falling into the blood mist. The old ancestor. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally realized what had happened. He Shan had been killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. In just a dozen breaths, He Shan, an 8-trigram celestial duke, was killed by Bai Wuji, a 9 palaces celestial duke. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew this was not the case. This was one of the reasons why Tai Yi old ancestor had been injured by Bai Wuji. Otherwise, He Shan would not have been killed in such a short time. After all, He Shan was one of the strongest 8-trigram celestial dukes. The old ancestor is an 8-trigram celestial duke. Although Duan Ling Tian did not see how He Shan died due to his low cultivation base, he could tell from the scene that He Shan had killed He Shan. Tai Yi old ancestor was indeed dead. He Shan was killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. He Shan, an 8-trigram celestial duke whom he had to look up to, had died in just a dozen breaths. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian only felt that he was so tiny. He's dead? He Shan, the old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect, died just like that? Heavens! He Shan was one of the strongest 8-trigram celestial dukes, but Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, killed him in just a dozen breaths? Is this the difference between an 8-trigram celestial duke and a 9 palaces celestial duke? Meanwhile, in the alchemy square, a group of people who had just recovered from their shock could not help but gasp. Most of them were shocked by Bai Wuji's ability to kill He Shan in such a short time. Although He Shan was an 8-trigram celestial duke, he was one of the strongest 8-trigram celestial dukes in the 6 southeastern regions. At the very least, none of the 8-trigram celestial dukes in the 6 southeastern regions were confident they could defeat He Shan. At the same time, some people were more rational. It must be because He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, was injured by Bai Wuji. He Shan must be much weaker now that he's injured. I forgot about that. That should be the reason. Earlier, when He Shan was caught off guard, he was injured by Bai Wuji, and it didn't seem to be a light injury. In that state, his strength was naturally far from his peak. If it was He Shan at his peak, Bai Wuji might not have been able to take him down within 50 breaths. No matter what the people in the Alchemy Plaza said, it would not change the fact that He Shan had been killed by Bai Wuji. From the beginning to the end, not only did the people from the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions not interfere, they did not even make a sound. Even some sects that were on good terms with the Tai Yi celestial sect chose to keep quiet at this moment. After all, in their opinion, the Tai Yi celestial sect was indeed in the wrong. He Shan is really unlucky. He actually left the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect alive after killing him. Perhaps It didn't cross his mind that the young master of the Tai celestial sect had a deviant heart. Although Hishan is the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, and the person he killed wasn't a celestial duke, it's unfortunate that Hishan was the only son of the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. The Tai celestial sect can only suffer in silence. That's right. It's only right for the father to avenge the son. This is purely personal. It has nothing to do with the conflict between the Tai celestial sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. Even if the quasi-celestial king of the Tai celestial sect is still in the 6 southeastern regions, there's no reason for him to avenge the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. That's right. As long as Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, doesn't make any moves against the Tai celestial sect after killing Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, the quasi-celestial king of the Tai celestial sect wouldn't make a move. Based on the words of the people from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, it was clear that Hishan's death had nothing to do with the conflict between the Tai celestial sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. The quasi-celestial kings they mentioned were those who had broken through to the celestial king stage, but remained in the borderlands instead of going to the central area. Due to this, their cultivation base had dropped back to that of a 10-direction celestial duke. These people were far stronger than ordinary 10-direction celestial dukes. For this reason, in the borderlands, these people were known as quasi-celestial kings and quasi-celestial kings. Meanwhile, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, looked at Duan Lingtian and the other people from the Tai celestial sect. I, Bai Wuji, did this purely to avenge the death of my son. I have no intention of provoking the conflict between the profound heaven celestial sect and the Tai celestial sect. I hope everyone here can bear witness to this. Bai Wuji said loudly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other people from the Tai celestial sect. Based on his words, it was clear that the profound heaven celestial sect had no intention of provoking the Tai celestial sect. Although the Tai celestial sect was not as strong as the profound heaven celestial sect, a quasi-celestial sect had a quasi-celestial king. After all, the Tai celestial sect had a reclusive quasi-celestial king who had annihilated the Tai celestial sect in the past. Bai Wuji, as the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, had to be cautious in order to avoid repeating the same mistake. Rest assured, sect leader Bai, the blissful sect is willing to bear witness to this matter. Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, who had a conflict with Duan Lingtian, took the lead in expressing his stance. After he finished speaking, he did not forget to look at Duan Lingtian provocatively. With Lian taking the lead, a few other people from top sects followed suit. However, Duan Lingtian had never interacted with them before. The Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect from the Wasteland were secretly delighted by the death of the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. After all, it was a good thing that the Tai celestial sect had lost an 8-trigram celestial duke. However, they did not express their stance. Initially, they wanted the profound heaven celestial sect to bear witness to this matter since it would offend the Tai celestial sect. Since they were both in the wasteland, they did not want to antagonize the Tai celestial sect unless it was absolutely necessary. As for the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, naturally, they did not express their stance after the people from the blissful sect expressed their stance. After all, there were many conflicts between the two sections. Naturally, even if the people from the blissful sect did not express their stance, they would not express their stance as well. After all, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Nangong Shio's master, had a friendly relationship with Hishan whom Bai Wuji had just killed. Therefore, it was impossible for Nangong Shio to express her stance on behalf of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Naturally, the other people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect would not overstep their boundaries. Thank you, everyone. Bai Wuji cupped his hands together and expressed his gratitude when he saw many sects had expressed their stance. After thanking Duan Lingtian, Bai Wuji raised his hand. An invisible force swept up Hishan's spatial ring and brought it to Duan Lingtian and the others. I only want Hishan's life to avenge my son. There should be something from the Tai celestial sect in Hishan's belongings. I won't take it, and neither will the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Wuji said as he passed Hishan's spatial ring to Duan Lingtian and the others. Sect leader Bai of the profound heaven celestial sect is really generous. He even returned Hishan's spatial ring to the Tai Yi celestial sect. Bai Wuji's actions gave many people a good impression of him. However, a moment later, the good impression that had just risen in their hearts was ruthlessly shattered by someone else. The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect returned Hishan's spatial ring because he suspected the Tai Yi celestial sect's sect guarding celestial weapon, isn't it? The Tai Yi celestial sect's sect guarding celestial weapon? Is it the king-grade celestial weapon? I've long heard that the Tai Yi celestial sect has a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it was left behind by a reclusive quasi-celestial king who helped the Tai Yi celestial sect annihilate another top sect in the 6 southeastern regions. That reclusive quasi-celestial king from the Tai Yi celestial sect was much stronger than the current profound heaven celestial sect. When he left the king-grade celestial weapon to the Tai Yi celestial sect, he said that unless the strongest person in the Tai Yi celestial sect or the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect is willing to give away the king-grade celestial weapon, they'll hunt down anyone who dares to snatch it. I've heard about this as well. Let alone the 6 southeastern regions, even in the borderlands of the southern heaven territory, nobody would dare to snatch the king-grade celestial weapon from the Tai Yi celestial sect. That's right. Only those who aren't afraid of the reclusive quasi-celestial king from the Tai Yi celestial sect would be interested in the king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard the words of the people around him. After all, Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect, had told him about this before. During their journey to Alchemy City in the Barren Land, Duan Lingtian had asked Hishan about the king-grade celestial weapon. Based on the Tai Yi celestial sect's strength, it was unlikely for them to keep the king-grade celestial weapon, right? At that time, Hishan had told him about this. The king-grade celestial weapon of the Tai Yi celestial sect had always been in the hands of the strongest person in the Tai Yi celestial sect. Apart from the strongest person in the Tai Yi celestial sect, only the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect had the right to give away the king-grade celestial weapon. If the two of them did not give away the king-grade celestial weapon, they would be hunted down by the reclusive quasi-celestial kings of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Although so many years had passed, the quasi-celestial king from the Tai Yi celestial sect who left the king-grade celestial weapon behind might not still be in the 6 southeastern regions. However, no one dared to take the risk. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.